Present in case number 24 CF 596, State of Florida versus Daniel Trenton Purdue. Present for sentencing. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Daniel Purdue.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today versus Laurie Shaver. Will the parties present please identify themselves for the record?
Nick Shaver from the state of Florida. Reed Buckman from the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver Filmer. Proceeded to my residence.
Ma'am, please state your full legal name. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. And are we conducting a proffer this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the parties are prepared to proceed? Okay. All right, then we just need Ms. Johnson. Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Your Honor, as it relates to this proffer, I know that a lot of my arguments are going to come about why this witness should be excluded are going to deal with the fact that the information might possibly be able to talk about is hearsay. For the purposes of this, I'm not going to be objecting in the middle of Mr. Wiggins' questions. I'll let him argue about the admissibility of the proffered statement at the conclusion of it.
Yes, sir. All right, and please state your full legal name and spell your full legal name.
Kelly Johnson, KELLY JOHNSON.
Thank you, and please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Please proceed. Yes, sir.
Please support.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, would you state your name for the record, please?
I did, Kelly Johnson.
Okay. And do you remember being judicially appointed on this case involving Ms. Shaver? Okay. If I can approach Judge and show her
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes, which is the order. You look at Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes. Is that the order you're looking at wherein Judge Singletary appointed you to this case?
Yes, sir.
And in the respect of order, what was your understanding your obligation was?
I was appointed to represent the child as an attorney ad litem.
Okay. And the child's name?
Isabel Shaver.
Okay. And having been appointed on behalf of the minor child, did you meet the minor child?
Yes, I have.
Did you discuss with her the facts or knowledge of the case with her?
As with any client, I discussed the facts of the case, the applicable laws, and possible ramifications of taking any position.
So, did you discuss with Isabel, did she express to you in any form or manner that she had any interest to testify in this cause?
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
I'm sorry, speak up.
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Ms. Johnson, can you pull the microphone towards you a bit? It's adjustable, and speak into it to the best of your ability. Thank you.
Did she express to you, I'm not sure if I understood your answer, Ms. Johnson, did she express to you an interest in testifying in this cause?
As I stated, she expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Okay.
I can't discuss
The content.
anything that the child and I discuss, as it's bound by attorney-client privilege.
Right. Did you discuss when you were meeting with her, if she were to testify, the rights, constitutional rights, that she would be waiving by testifying? express to her any legal penalty which she could face if she were to testify and the state took action against her?
I advise her as I would any client.
Did you detect any infirmity with regards to Isabel if she were to testify, that she would have a problem testifying truthfully?
That's not within the scope of my representation of the child.
So did you feel that the child was being honest with you?
Again, that's not for me to determine. The scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem is to advocate for the child's, what I feel is her position, if she's able to articulate that, and to advise and provide the any guidance I can in advocating for their position.
Did you detect any infirmities with the child in communicating?
She didn't have any problems communicating with me.
Did you detect any issues that would raise concern for you as a guardian?
I'm not a guardian ad litem.
Well, an attorney ad litem in this case, correct?
I'm an attorney ad litem. It's a distinct and different role than a guardian ad litem.
Did you detect any fabrication?
Again, that would,
Without going into any discussions that she had with you, did you detect any fabrication?
again, I don't believe that I would be able to express an opinion about that. That's outside the scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem.
Based on what your client had expressed to you, did you at any time meet with the Office of the State Attorney?
I participated in the proceedings consistently with my representation of the child.
Was that at the behest or request of your client?
In advocating for my client's position.
Okay. After that meeting, did the Office of the State Attorney contact you at any time to converse with you or your client after that conversation?
The child was subpoenaed to be deposed in the case.
No. Before the child was deposed and yet after that meeting you had with the state, did the state show any interest in meeting with your client or law enforcement to investigate anything that you had revealed to the state?
I don't believe that there was any participation in the proceedings until the child was subpoenaed to provide a deposition.
And did you appear at the deposition with your client?
Yes, I did.
And was the state aware that you were representing her?
I assume that they were
Okay.
aware.
I'm sorry. You mark this as C, I guess. Ms. Johnson, I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. It's on the heading, it says Supplemental Discovery Number 31, issued by the State Attorney's Office. Does this document carry your name?
Yes, it does.
Thus, you would agree the state was aware that you were representing Isabel Shaver. We move that into evidence. Judge, we move C into evidence at this time.
For purposes of the hearing, that's fine.
All right, without objection, Defendant's Exhibit C will be moved into evidence as defense number 1.
And A as well as defense 2.
Any objection?
No, just for the purposes of this hearing, no objection.
Yes, sir. All right, Defense Exhibit A, without objection, will be moved into evidence as defense number 2. For the purposes of the proffer. And that's everyone's understanding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Ms. Johnson, the other day, the issue arose, the state having been supplied a copy of the order by the court appointing you as the guardian, that you were not on a official witness list of the defense. You've met with the state, correct?
What do you mean by
The
me?
state at a deposition.
Yes,
You traveled to the state and met with them, correct? To discuss your client's case.
yes,
They were aware you were involved in the case, correct?
I assume that they are aware.
Yes. They directed a pleading with your name, service on it.
They served me with the subpoena, yes.
Pardon me?
They served me with the subpoena.
They put a witness with your name on it, okay? Care of you,
Yes.
okay? If called to the stand in this cause,
Thank you.
the defense would intend to limit your involvement just to the facts. Did you meet with your client? Did you advise her of her rights? Did you see any defect or deformity or issue that would preclude her from testifying truthfully? Is there any rule or anything that would prohibit you from asserting those facts before this court?
No.
Judge, we had listed formally, and I've supplied it to the state, what's now marked as Defense Exhibit B, which is Kelly Johnson's name on a formal witness list to alleviate any question of any intent to call. She's expressed what her limited purpose would be. We move that into evidence at this stage. A copy has been sent by e-portal to the state attorney's office and hand-delivered here in open court. We don't believe that any prejudice would inure to the state if Ms. Johnson were to testify on these limited facts and would be for the purpose of conforming and confirming the competency of her client to testify in this cause.
Has that document been marked as an exhibit?
Yes, sir. It's been moved in, it's been sent through the e-portal.
Any objection to Exhibit B being entered into evidence for the purposes of the proffer? Okay, without objection, Defense Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defenses number 3. All right, please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Morning.
So the majority of things that Mr. Wiggs was asking you about are conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And those conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver would be out-of-court statements.
Correct.
And the purpose of putting those out-of-court statements in about your conversation would be to prove exactly what happened in that conversation.
Well, it would be eliciting statements made by my client and something that I could not testify to based on the privilege and confidentiality of our communications.
So he's asking you about hearsay out-of-court statements.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't talk about out-of-court hearsay statements. You can't talk about opinions that you've already said, correct?
I mean, I guess I could testify to that unless there was an appropriate objection made and the court ruled that that I could not make those statements. But the other prong of that is my role in representing the child in this case as an advocate and as an attorney. I'm bound by the professional conduct rules.
Absolutely. And after, and actually Mr. Wiggs actually sought you out and asked you to participate in this case, correct?
There was a conversation about whether I would be willing to accept the appointment.
Then he requested Judge Singletary appoint you.
I believe there was a motion filed, yes.
This was not a scenario where Mr. Wiggs asked the court to appoint an attorney and Judge Singletary just said, you know what, I think Kelly Johnson would be perfect for this, correct?
I don't know that.
Have you seen the motion that Mr. Wiggs filed where he asked for you to be appointed?
I don't recall if I've seen the motion.
After you were appointed, you would agree that there was multiple conversations between yourself and me in the hallways about any time you want to bring your client to talk to me, I'm available. Do you remember those?
Yes, we did have conversations.
But you, serving as a good defense attorney, would not allow her to speak to me until I provided a subpoena, which then gave her immunity. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So it's not that I never contacted you. You, as a competent defense attorney, wanted to protect your client and wanted to wait for that subpoena to be issued.
That, and I also needed to make sure that my client was well informed on and advised in their participation in this proceeding.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Please support. Ms. Johnson, with regard, you practice criminal law, correct?
Correct.
Now, the state just went through a litany question and stated, in essence, anything you would say would be hearsay of what your client said, correct?
The rules of evidence say, if I testify to an out-of-court statement, that's hearsay unless there's an exception to that.
Correct. As a criminal attorney, you appear in court frequently, correct?
Yes.
And at any sentencing, any and all sentencing, in fact, every sentencing, every attorney has to go through a litany with the court about the rights that they've advised their client on, correct?
Correct.
The right to remain silent, correct?
Correct.
Maximum penalties, correct? Their presumed competence and desire to enter a plea,
Yes.
the waiver of appeal, correct? There's 6 different things that go into that. Waiver of discovery and the ability to proceed at that time. You also make a representation, do you not, that you believe the client, having discussed these facts, is competent to enter the plea, correct?
Yes.
And none of those go into a discussion that you had with the client about what they said, what they did. It's just a statement of their desire to move forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you were called to the stand in this cause, do you have the ability to represent those rights that you'd advise the client of and the preference of the client to move forward without discussing the exact conversation, like any other criminal case?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Nothing further.
All right. And Ms. Johnson, you're excused from further testimony. And Ms. Johnson is to remain on standby. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Assuming you're saying that any of that is actually admissible.
I haven't ruled yet.
Right.
But knowing that I haven't ruled yet, would you like Ms. Johnson to remain on standby?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, please remain on standby. You may step down from the witness stand. Thank you. Okay, proceed with argument.
Yes. Judge, Ms. Johnson was appointed by the court recognizing there's a conflict. I can't represent her. I can't talk to her. Ms. Johnson can verify I haven't talked to her. There's been no influence. The child is aware of these constitutional rights. It's a summary proceeding, not revealing any conversations that Ms. Johnson has had with the client, just that she believes the client's competent to move forward, and that's the desire of the client. It's a perfunctory function. The state has been aware from the moment Ms. Johnson was listed in this cause as to her interest in the matter. The state's not prejudiced in any respect. If we were to call up a Richardson hearing and direct this towards a Richardson hearing, the state could point to 0 facts how they've incurred any injury, damage, or prejudice in this cause by calling Ms. Johnson at this stage. So we'd ask that, she's been listed formally. The state's known who she is. She's been to their office. They've spoken to her in the hall. There's no reason to exclude her, just for purposes of clarity and allowing the matter to proceed and finish the matter up in an orderly process.
Tell me exactly what you intend to elicit from Ms. Johnson.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge. Anybody that testifies, the court has to be satisfied, as in a criminal case, that they understand their rights, they intend to testify, they understand their obligation to testify truthfully, and intend to do so. That's really a pretty simple process. Because Ms. Johnson was appointed as the guardian in the case, we want to elicit that there's been no tampering, we haven't tried to communicate with the child, and she's been the one in charge and directing all conversations. So she would just provide that function of saying, I've spoken with the child, she understands her rights, she understands her responsibilities, it's her desire to move forward, understanding the potential charges that could be levied against her, and that she believes through her conversations that the child's competent at that stage. That's it. It's pretty perfunctory, to tell you the truth. If you don't have Ms. Johnson, the child can still testify. It just draws the court to have to make every little decision in that case. The state has taken the position, well, she's older now, you don't need Ms. Johnson. That's what they were advising us the other day. I think it's advisable to have Ms. Johnson just to clear up any ambiguity or issues regarding any competency with regards to the minor. If the court is not satisfied with that, we'd ask that the court have a Richardson hearing and at least have the state provide proof that they've been in some manner prejudiced by this. So we'd rest on those issues and that argument at this stage. Thank you,
All
Judge.
right, thank you, sir. State?
Your Honor, my motion made it very clear that I'm not asking Ms. Johnson to be excluded because of a clear discovery violation by Mr. Wiggs. I put that information into my motion because Mr. Wiggs made an affirmative representation to this court that he had in fact listed Kelly Johnson, and that is just not true. I'm not asking her to be excluded because she was disclosed late. So the need for a Richardson hearing and discussions of any sort of prejudice because of their late disclosure is not necessary. The reason why I am asking her to be excluded is because she can offer no testimony in this case. Everything that has been asked of her has been about out-of-court statements, that would be hearsay, and he tried to elicit opinions as to this witness's veracity, which is inappropriate. And the decision as to whether or not any witness is competent is for the court. And the common law rule actually dealt with the fact that children under the age of 14 just are not competent. That has been abrogated by years of case law, and that's where the questions regarding do you understand the difference between truth and lie? Do you understand the difference between fantasy and reality? Do you understand the concepts of making a promise, and will you be truthful in order to determine whether a witness is competent? This witness is now 16 years of age. I don't even believe that inquiry would be necessary due to her age at this point, and she could just take a standard oath. But if the court, in an abundance of caution, wanted to make those inquiries, that would be fine. She's given a child advocacy-centered interview, which was recorded, where she has fully established her competence and the fact that she understands the difference between truth and lie. She understands the difference between fantasy and reality. She did it again during the deposition. There's no reason to question competence, and there's no reason to have Ms. Johnson come in to give opinion testimony about her competence. And once you go through those issues, which is what Mr. Wiggs has proffered the testimony to be, we are left with nothing. And so, since we're left with nothing, that's why this witness should be excluded.
Judge, I would disagree with the state. The state's saying this is opinion testimony. At every sentencing conducted in this court or any court, the attorney has to render an opinion to the court. I believe my client's competent, enter this plea. So to say Kelly Johnson has no bearing or issue in this case is a misrepresentation to the court. But the state was advised of her, and it was court appointed. When I advised the court the other day, she had been listed. She was court appointed, of which the state had full knowledge. The reason we sought Ms. Johnson out was to create a barrier. In light of the charges that the child could be facing, it's a safeguard for the court, irregardless of age, okay? And we don't want it to appear that this child has just come in here and somebody's just thrown the child under the bus. That she does have a representative that's gone over certain things with them. But certain opinions, as the state's offered a lot of opinion testimony through the witnesses in this case, it is appropriate. It's appropriate in any sentencing, and opinion is proper at certain times.
And Ms. Johnson was appointed in March 15th, 2022, correct?
Pardon me?
So it's been a 2.5-year process.
Correct.
It wasn't as if Ms. Johnson was appointed a week ago.
Correct.
No, and like I said, I'm not clear.
Well, it's not about the Richardson hearing. It's about getting to know her client and then knowing her client and being the attorney ad litem for the past 2.5 years. So in terms of Mr. Wigg's request, I'll grant the request, and for the limited purposes requested by Mr. Wiggs, Attorney Johnson's testimony will be permitted.
Your Honor, just, but the questions regarding his inquiries into the veracity of this witness, which Ms. Johnson refused to answer, I would ask that those questions be excluded and not be asked.
Yes, you make the objection at the appropriate time, not try to get every little ruling and pre-trial like this, Judge.
I believe Attorney Camuccio doesn't want the bell to be rung. Is that correct? Because he can't unring the bell.
And if I'm aware that there is something that would be improper to be presented to the jury, it's my job before it happens to bring it to the court's attention, which is what I am doing.
So please do not inquire as to veracity or perceived veracity by Attorney Johnson.
Very well, that's fine.
All right. Is there anything further?
Yes. It has come to my attention that yesterday, after the court proceedings, that there was a time frame out in front of the courthouse where Mr. Wiggs was speaking with the media on camera with Ms. Shaver present. There was a juror that was sitting on the courthouse steps in proximity to that. I'm not saying Mr. Wiggs, I don't even know if he knew that she was there, but the issue that there was a witness present while Mr. Wiggs was obviously discussing the case, a juror there while Mr. Wiggs was discussing the case with the media. I believe we need to address the particular juror is Mercy Langley. Langley, it was juror number 10. She was the juror that Mr. Wiggs had concerns about on the first day about having her head down and potentially not paying attention. She's also the same juror that during one of the bench conferences seemed to be carrying on some sort of conversation. I just believe we need to have the court bring her in, make inquiries about that issue, and then
About the issue with Mr. Wiggs giving the interview, or about the conversation?
probably need to just take care of both. At this point, we have at least two red flags with this particular juror, and I think we should explore that potential third one. Just have the court inquire about those two issues, and then let her go back in the jury room, and then we can figure out if we just need to go to one of the alternates, or if Mr. Wiggs, based on the prior concerns of that juror, just wants to have her removed, still sit on this jury through the pendency of the case, but replace her with an alternate. At this point, we can do that as well.
All right. I will inquire of the juror, and we'll call the juror out individually. Are the parties ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then please call out Miss Langley, if you would. Thank you. swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. And you're not in any sort of trouble. We just have a few questions for you. And were you sitting on the courthouse steps yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I sit out there every day at 5 o'clock because that's when my grandfather comes to pick me up.
Okay. And did you see Attorney Wiggs seated at the table next to his client outside?
Yes, I did, and I tried not to, well, I didn't look at them. I tried to pretend that I didn't know them.
And that's fine. Did you hear him say anything?
No.
Okay. Did you see Attorney Wiggs giving an interview?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear any of it?
No.
Okay. And also yesterday in the jury box, there was a conversation. Were you speaking with the other jurors?
Yes.
Okay. And about what?
I don't remember.
Okay. Don't recall. Were you speaking to just one other juror or multiple jurors?
I think it was about one of the photographs because it made me uncomfortable.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Do you recall which photograph?
It was one of the sexual ones that was being shown on TV.
Okay. All right. State, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wiggs? All right. All right. At this point, Ms. Langley, you'll return with the other jurors, and we will call you in shortly. Thank you. All right. Based on that, what are the parties' preferences?
I asked the state, they raised it. They've heard the testimony.
Okay. The juror does not need to be excluded. Okay. Mr. Wiggs? Okay. So based on the stipulation of the parties, Ms. Langley will remain on the jury. All right. Thank you.
But when the jury does come in and you go through the normal, media.
Yes, sir.
Can you also give them a reminder, though, that they're not to start deliberations until everything is done, not to talk about any of the particular evidence? I'm not saying that.
And I believe I always have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Not to speak with each other or anyone else.
Perfect.
So, all right. Anything further?
No.
Yes, sir.
All right. Please call in the jurors. Thank you. All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. I have some preliminary questions for the jurors. Has anyone spoken to anyone about the case? Any of the jurors, have you spoken to anyone about the case? Have you spoken to each other about the case? And everyone has answered no. And has anyone done any research regarding the case? Has anyone viewed any articles or newscasts on the media, read about it? Okay. All right, and everyone has answered no so far. Has anyone seen the attorneys or interacted with them since yesterday? Okay. All right, and everyone has answered no. And again, please do not discuss the case with each other or begin any sort of deliberating or deliberations prior to the conclusion of the case. So have you all followed those instructions? Okay. All right, any inquiries from counsel? Okay. All right, then please proceed.
State calls Jeremy Townsend.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jeremy Townsend, JeremyTownsend.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Jeremy Townsend.
Now, Mr. Townsend, a couple of questions up front. Do you currently have an attorney?
Yes.
And when did you retain?
January 2022.
Prior to retaining an attorney, had you spoken with law enforcement
Yes.
about the matters of this case?
Yes.
And had you spoke with them multiple times prior to retaining an attorney?
Yes.
And why did you retain an attorney in this matter?
When my name came out as part of this case, my wife and I felt that we would retain an attorney to help us through the process, help us understand the legal side of this.
But you were willing to talk to law enforcement on multiple occasions before ever doing so?
Yes.
And you responded to all innocent requests to speak about this case?
Yes.
Have you ever been in the military?
Yes.
And first of all, what branch?
United States Army.
And when did you serve?
Served from 1998 to 2003.
And why did you leave the military?
I was shot 3 times in Afghanistan and was almost killed. Was medical retired out.
And the jury has seen photographs that have been shared between yourself and Ms. Shaver already, some of them full body shots. Where were you shot?
Through both my legs, and one right through my side.
Now, do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
How did you meet her?
I met her at one of the public parks.
And about when did you first meet her?
September 2015.
And what were you doing at the park?
I had my son there. Yes.
How long have you been married?
16 years.
How old was your child at that time?
About 5.
And what was the kind of home-work relationship? Wife work, did you work, or the time frame, what was going on there?
My wife works. I'm retired out of the military.
And when you met Miss Shaver at the park, did she have any of her children there?
She had her son.
And did you all begin some sort of, did you chat with her? Did you start some sort of relationship? What kind of developed from there?
She approached me and asked if it was okay if her son played with my son.
Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's wearing a black shirt with white
Which seat is she sitting in?
next to Mr. Wiggs.
And when you would communicate with her, would she call you Jeremy or would she call you something else?
Jay.
After that first time you met her at the park, did you see her again?
Yes.
And was that also at the park or was that at another location?
It was at the park.
At some point, did you all exchange phone numbers?
Yes.
And when approximately was that?
About the 3rd time I met her.
Did you all exchange text messages and phone calls?
Text messages.
After starting to text back and forth, at some point did a physical relationship begin?
Yes.
And Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
About when did that happen?
First week of December 2015.
How often would you see her?
1 to 3 times a week.
And when would these visits occur?
It would occur during her lunch break, which
Did
was
you work at home?
yes.
And when you would go during the lunch break, were her kids there?
No.
Where was your son when you would go over to the house?
In school.
Did you ever go over to her residence and spend the night during this time frame?
No.
During any point in your relationship, did you spend the night over at her house?
No.
And we've discussed the fact that you were married at that time. Is it fair to say your wife did not know about these occurrences?
Objection, Judge. It's opinion, testimony, speculating about his wife's understanding and factual state of mind.
I'll rephrase, Judge.
Sorry, did you have knowledge of it? Did you know whether your wife knew or not?
My wife did not know.
You definitely didn't tell her.
No.
Objection,
All right, overruled. Please move on.
Had you stayed out overnight and spent time away when your wife was around, that would raise suspicions. Is that fair?
Correct.
leading judge.
Sustained.
Were you trying to avoid raising your wife's suspicions?
Yes.
Did she tell you about her marital status?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
That she was going through a divorce.
Did she tell you her husband's name?
Michael Shaver.
Did she tell you where he was?
She said that he had left with a friend in a vehicle.
Okay. And when did that happen in relation to when you started this physical relationship with her?
When she told me that Michael had moved out, that was November 2015.
And so the time frame that you started going to the house was after that.
It was the first week of December.
During the course of the affair, would you exchange text messages, phone calls, and photographs?
Yes.
And during this time frame, what was the status of your marriage?
My wife and I were not in a good place. We were kind of going back and forth if we were going to stay or get a divorce.
Was there ever a time that Laurie Shaver expressed to you that she wanted you to leave your wife to be with her?
Yes.
And was that what you wanted?
No.
Did there ever come a time in February of 2016 where Laurie Shaver was upset with you about your status with your wife and your refusal to leave the marriage?
Yes.
And during that time frame, were there text messages about that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously been marked for identification, show defense, states QQ. Excerpt from the Facebook records already in evidence from Michael Shaver. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And first of all, how do you recognize those text messages?
Laurie sent those to me.
And does it include communications with you and her back and forth?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's removed states QQ into evidence as states.
45, I believe.
Same objection, Judge.
Okay, objection is overruled. States QQ will be entered into evidence as states number 45.
Go ahead and publish. Go ahead and refer to the exhibit that you have there. First of all, there's a couple phone numbers on here. On that first page where it says receiver 352-431-01419, whose number was that?
I don't recognize it.
Okay. Well, what about 352-613-4100?
That's mine.
Okay. And these are all text messages. You recognize the messages from the content as being between you and Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. And the first message that I want to draw your attention to is on the first page, February 23rd, 2016. Was that a message from Laurie Shaver to you?
Yes.
And up top there in the white, this is one at 10:17 p.m. What was the content of her message to you?
Why did you lie to me?
Okay.
That one?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and read the whole thing.
Why did you lie to me about Saturday night?
And then moving on to the next page, 10:03:48 p.m., still February 23rd, 2016. What was the content of the message you received from Ms. Shaver there?
No wonder why you shaved your beard.
Okay. And what about the first message, the 10:03:48 on the bottom?
The neighbors.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, neighbors my
You can go ahead and say it.
neighbors my ass.
And when she's talking about neighbors my ass and no wonder why you shaved your beard, what is she referring to there?
I had shaved my beard completely off. I had a little smaller beard, kind of like yours, and shaved it all off. And she was saying that her neighbors could vouch for the affair.
Okay. Going on to the next page, at 10:08:45 p.m. On the bottom in the gray, what is the message that she sends to you there?
Nice wedding ring. Thought you didn't wear that anymore.
What is she referring to there?
I had my wedding ring I had put back on. Had a picture with my wife. It was posted on Facebook.
And did this cause arguments between you and Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And that was in late February of 2016.
Yes.
Sometime after that, did you learn that your wife found out about the affair?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
My wife contacted me April 12th, 2016. She had received flowers.
And then did that expose the relationship between yourself and Laurie Shaver to her?
Not at first, because she asked me who Mike was.
Okay.
And I did not know who a Mike was. Once she checked her Facebook and seen the messages from Mike, it started to come out.
And that was when?
April 2016.
At any point when you were over at the Shaver residence, was Michael Shaver there?
No.
At any point did you arrive on a scene where Michael Shaver had been shot?
I Say what?
At any point, did you arrive at the Shaver residence or any other place where Michael Shaver had been shot?
No.
At any point, were you involved with any sort of altercation with Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point, did you shoot or injure Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point, were you involved with disposing of the body of Michael Shaver?
No.
And after the affair was exposed, what happened with your relationship with Laurie?
I cut it off.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the original part of your testimony, Mr. Townsend. You represented, you had tension with the wife, and you broke up with
I
her.
didn't break up.
Well, you weren't seeing her, right? You were just sleeping with her?
With who?
Your wife.
Say it again?
You were still living in your marital residence, correct?
Yes.
And you stated earlier y'all were having problems, the two of you, correct?
Yes.
So you guys are having problems, and you're cheating on your wife, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, you said, but I don't want to end the relationship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you stated that you go over to Laurie's about 1 to 3 times a week, correct?
Correct.
And what time would that be?
11 to 12.
Okay. Never any earlier, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you went over there more than 1 or 3 times a week, correct?
No.
In fact, you got Laurie pregnant, did you not?
No.
You stated that you never spent the night there, correct?
Correct.
So, if anybody were to testify they saw you spending the night there, you know where that may be coming from? Somebody look like you know?
I would not know who would say I'd stayed the night there because I never
Okay.
stayed the night there.
You ever represent to Laurie you'd protect her from Michael? That you were a military guy and had special training?
Not in that sense, no.
That you were in black ops?
No.
Okay. Your position, we've heard on your direct examination, that you met her in September of 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever made a statement inconsistent with that?
Not that I'm aware.
Not that you're aware of, okay? I'm going to show you your deposition, page 5, beginning on line 11 through 12. I want you to read that to yourself.
What line?
11 through 12. Does that refresh your recollection?
Hang on. It just goes on to say how I met her.
No. I asked you, have you made a statement inconsistent with that September of 2015 date? In fact, on line 11, you state, I met her in the park. I don't know when. I mean, it was a long time ago. Correct? That was your statement earlier in time, correct?
Correct.
Now, we're at trial years later, and you've got it pinpointed to a particular month and year, correct?
I don't have to pinpoint it.
You did. On your direct examination, you said September of 2015, correct?
As I went back,
Sir, did you not say on direct examination September 2015?
correct.
Did you not? Earlier, you're telling me, I don't remember when. Correct?
Correct?
Okay. In fact, you went to the house, spent Christmas with the Shavers, did you not?
No.
If anybody were to take the stand and say otherwise, do you have any idea why they may be mistaken about that fact?
I was there before Christmas, but I did not go there and spend Christmas with the Shavers.
Well, how long were you before Christmas?
I was there the first 2 weeks. Kids got out of school for Christmas break. And I was home with my family.
Okay. So how long did you spend during that time period around Christmas with the Shavers?
The first 2 weeks of December 2015.
Ever go shopping with the Shavers?
No.
Since Laurie, since you went back to your wife, excuse me,
I didn't leave my wife.
well, you were over there with Miss Shaver having an affair, were you not?
Correct?
I wouldn't say that's gainfully spending time with your wife, is it? Sir?
No.
And when you went back to your wife, is it not a fact you continued to follow Laurie?
No.
Never met her in a store?
No.
Never pulled up to her next to the light?
No.
Never drove by her house?
No.
Okay. So you testified you were in the military, I think, between 1999 through 2003, correct?
1998.
98, okay. And 2003, correct?
Correct.
And you suffered this injury,
Mhm.
correct? Have you worked at all since then? Nursery?
I did work.
Okay. And you're receiving government aid and assistance, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell the government about that? You're working?
Objection, Your
I-
Honor. Relevance.
Relevance?
Overruled. Answer the question, please.
Did you tell the government about that?
I didn't have a retirement at that time when I first got out.
Okay. So when you got retirement later, then you became more ill or something?
Yes.
Okay. Are you working today?
No.
I'd asked you earlier if you were in special ops or a sniper, I believe, correct?
Correct?
Okay. Do you ever represent anybody that you were?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Let me show you your deposition. Page 8. Line 25.
I want you to read that to yourself. My question again, did you ever make a
Representation to anybody that you were in special ops? Reading your deposition, does that refresh you?
It states that I didn't
Sir,
represent
I asked you
myself.
that question. Does that refresh your recollection?
Objection, Your Honor. He was trying to answer the question.
No, I asked him if that refreshed his
Please
recollection.
re-ask the question and please answer directly.
You read your answer, correct?
Correct. It
My
says I
question to
don't.
you is just this. Did that refresh your recollection whether or not you ever made that representation?
And I stated it says I didn't.
You represented, no, I said, no, question, no, I said to anybody, that I don't know. That I don't know, correct?
And I
So
just
were you going around telling people, Mr. Townsend, you'd been special ops?
I was not saying I was special ops.
Did you ever tell Laurie again that you'd protect her from Michael?
No.
You had discussed with Laurie about getting a divorce, correct?
I said me and my wife were in a bad spot and we had talked about a divorce.
Now, Laurie wouldn't be satisfied with that explanation, would she? She'd want a little more from you than that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had to broach this topic, make some representation that you guys were going to be an item in some fashion, correct?
No.
Okay. Laurie was content with you saying, well, I'm going to stay with the wife. I'm just over here having some fun?
The agreement in the beginning was,
Sir, is that what the relationship was?
Your Honor, to let him answer his question.
No, not the question when I'm asking about.
Can we approach?
Come on up for sidebar, please. Thank you.
Mr. Townsend, you were describing the relationship you had with Laurie. You're having this affair with her, correct?
correct.
Okay. Tell us about this relationship. What your understanding was with Laurie Shaver.
They're supposed to be friends with benefits, no strings attached.
Friends with benefits. Okay? And yet you're still contemplating a divorce at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was a discussion.
A discussion about what?
Now, your position is you had no knowledge of Michael Shaver being shot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You weren't in the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, you knew the Shaver children, correct?
I didn't know them, like, on a personal basis. I knew she had children. I only seen them a handful of times.
Okay. A handful of times. You're there 2-3 times a week, okay?
The kids were in school.
Now, you're there at their Christmas break, correct?
The kids were not there. They're in school.
Okay, during their Christmas break.
I wasn't there during Christmas break.
When was Michael shot?
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you ever make a statement indicating to the contrary? I'm going to show you your deposition again, sir.
I know what I told you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Page 16, I want you to read line 3 through 7 to yourself.
No?
Okay. Your position was, I have no evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael. So now you're saying, I don't know when he was shot, but I know I wasn't around there during that time frame.
Correct.
Right? So you're saying, I don't know when this man shot, but you can't pin it on me.
But if you read farther, I said that
Is that what you just said?
Your Honor, objection. I'm trying to answer the question.
No, you can rehabilitate your own witness.
All right, and Mr. Wiggs is correct. So please answer the question directly, and that's it. Once the question's asked, answer it directly, and then move on. Thank you.
Right? So you don't know when he was killed, but you're saying you can't pin it on me. I was nowhere around without knowledge when he was killed. Correct, sir? That's what you stated in your deposition.
no, it's not.
I just read it to you. You just read it yourself.
But like I said, if you read farther,
Sir, that's what you said, right?
Your Honor, can we approach with the transcript?
Sidebar, please.
Did the state advise you of a date that Michael Shaver was shot?
no.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Townsend, did you get a tattoo in 2016?
No, I did not.
Do you have any tattoos at all?
I do.
Okay, would you describe them?
It's an Indian dress chief with a compass and a map,
Anything else?
roses.
You ever roses? Tell me about that one.
The roses are in the tattoo.
Okay, what's the full tattoo?
I just described it.
Pardon me, speak up.
I just described it.
You said it's roses in a tattoo. What's the full tattoo?
It's an Indian chief with a map and a compass.
Okay. Did you see Miss Shaver at the store in 2016 approach her to show her your new tattoo?
No.
Okay. You never did that, correct? Okay. One moment, please.
Mr. Townsend, your family own any property
In Silver Springs area.
No.
Okay. Do you have parents in Ocala?
No.
Okay. Do you have any parents in the state of Florida?
Yes, I do.
Where do they reside?
Crystal River.
Crystal River, okay. They own any land?
That their house is on,
Yeah. How much land?
5 acres.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Getting back to the, whether or not you've made a prior inconsistent statement about knowing when Michael Shaver was killed, let me show you your deposition transcript. And can you just go ahead and...
Judge, that's improper rehabilitation. You offer-
Sustained, please ask the question. If the question isn't asked properly, then you can approach the witness with the deposition. Please inquire.
Did you, in that deposition, tell Mr. Wiggs repeatedly that you do not know when Michael Shaver was killed?
Correct.
And that statement that Mr. Wiggs was reading about, I have evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael Shaver, did you say at least 4 times after that that you did not know when he was shot?
Correct.
As far as September, your memory about when you first met Ms. Shaver at deposition, you said you didn't remember, and today you said that you first met her in the park in September of 2015. So what happened in between the deposition and today that helped with your memory?
Went back through all the old text messages to refresh my memory, because this is 9 going on almost 10 years ago. I don't remember everything I did during that period of time. So to refresh myself, if I was asked that question, I would know how to answer it. So I went back through all the old text messages and figured out when I seen Ms. Shaver.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for testifying today, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, sir. Please call your next witness.
State recalls Detective Jared Strickland.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All set? Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
One moment. Shut my monitor off. All right, Detective, can you just reintroduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good morning. Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
All right. Now, going back, talking more about the Facebook records that you analyzed.
Sure.
And just as a quick reminder, how many different IP addresses were shared with the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account over that 2-year period that you analyzed?
There were 13 IP addresses between the two.
And looking at Laurie Shaver's
Yes, there was.
And specifically, what indicated that when you do it?
There was a photo of her that was posted, a selfie that she took of herself, and the comments that were on that photo were essentially saying things like, "Welcome back, it's been a while, happy to see you back."
The state is showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states RR. Witness states RR. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
This is a selfie photo of Laurie Shaver.
Is that the one that we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And was that taken from the actual Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
All right, this time the state moves states RR into evidence in states 46.
Did we object on 90.401 and the objections as raised in our motion to exclude digital data?
All right. Objections overruled. States RR will be entered into evidence as states number 46.
Go ahead and publish. What was the date of this selfie post and the comments about the back?
November 11th, 2015.
Now, on November 11th, 2015, did she make another post?
Yes, she did.
And what type of post was that?
It was a status update, so it was just basically words that she typed.
State is showing defense was previously been marked against state's exhibit SS for identification. Showing the witness states SS. Is this the status that you referred to?
Yes, it is.
And is that taken from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
The state would move states 40 SS in evidence to states 47.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States SS will be admitted into evidence as states number 47.
Go ahead. And can you go ahead and read that status?
Of course. Sending a huge thank you for those who've served our country. My dad, grandfathers, and to my brave, loving man. Can't get any braver than those men and women. So much respect.
And as the course of the investigation, was there ever any indication that her husband, Michael Shaver, was in the military?
No.
Was there ever any indication that her boyfriend at this time, Jeremy Townsend, was in the military?
Yes.
And what is the significance of November 11th, 2015?
It's Veterans Day.
Over the next couple of months, did she post anything on Facebook regarding her workouts or physical activity?
Yes, she did.
Showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states TTUU and VV. Showing witness states TT for identification. You recognize that post, TT
Yep.
specifically. And
Yes, I do.
what is that post?
It's a photo of Laurie Shaver on it looks like a weight bench.
And was that from her Facebook records that were previously entered into evidence?
Yes, it was.
And states UU, what is that?
Also a selfie photo of Laurie Shaver in a vehicle wearing workout clothes.
And does it reference in the content of that going to having something to do with workout without reading what it is?
Yes, it does.
And what about states VV?
It's a photo of a workout machine in a barn or a shed.
Now, are all three of those from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that we've been talking about or previously in evidence?
Yes, it was.
This time, Your Honor, the state would move states TT, into evidence is 48, UU into evidence is 49, and VV into evidence is states 50.
Any objection? Objections are overruled. As to the three exhibits, states TT will be entered into evidence as states number 48, states UU will be entered into evidence as states number 49, and states VV will be entered into evidence as states number 50.
Very quickly, before we move on to publishing those photos, I do want to go back to the activity from November 11th, 2015. Based on review of the IP logs, was there any other activity other than posting photos or status updates associated with that date?
Yes.
And what was that?
Michael Shaver's activity also, I believe.
Was there anything on Laurie Shaver's IP logs and that is already in evidence that refers to her changing her Facebook profile name?
Yes, her name was changed.
And I'm showing a page from the IP summary. Can you just step down and indicate to the jury where that is and tell them what page number that is on this from the summary?
So again, same as yesterday, month, date, IP address, activity on the Shaver account, activity on the, Mike Shaver account, Laurie Shaver account. On November 11th, 2015, the action on Laurie Shaver's account shows a name change.
And thank you very much. That's from you. Go ahead and have a seat. I'm going ahead and publishing states 47, previously marked as TT. Is this the workout picture that you referenced?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and read the post associated with that?
Slowly getting back into the weights and was happy to see these muscles come back alive today. Smile through the pain.
Going ahead and publishing states 49. What was the status posted there?
Mentally preparing myself for leg day with the most awesome personal trainer. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit scared. It's a love-hate relationship. She makes me swear, LOL, and I don't do that often.
What date was that posted?
January 2nd, 2016.
And finally, the cable machine, when was that posted?
May 14th, 2016.
Also contained in the Laurie Shaver Facebook records was there photographs and other posts associated with her engagement to Travis Filmer.
Yes.
Was there also photographs associated with the ceremony that occurred on December 31st, 2016 between herself and Mr. Filmer?
Yes.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states SSS for identification. What is states SSS? You recognize that post?
Yes, I do.
And is that post from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moves states SSS into evidence as states number 51.
Same objection, Judge.
Right, objections overruled. States SSS will be entered into evidence as states number 51.
Go ahead and publish. And first of all, can you read the date that this was posted?
August 12th, 2016.
And was there any sort of message that was associated with these photographs that were posted?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
God has gifted us with a great blessing, that of bringing us together. We are excited to now publicly announce we are engaged. We have appreciated all the love and excitement from our close friends and family. We are so blessed. I'm going to be a filmer.
And what date was that?
That was August 12th, 2016.
There are also posts associated with the installation of the fire pit and ultimate cement slab.
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been previously been marked as states WW, show up to the fence. You recognize that post and series of photographs.
Yes, I do.
And were those taken from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
Or at this time, the state's moved states WW into evidence in states 52.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. States WW will be admitted into evidence as states number 52.
Go ahead and publish the photos. First of all, can you say the date that this was posted?
March 24th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
Newest project. Built this fire pit today. Cut a portion of the fence for straight access from back porch, and now just need to pour in concrete, put in a new gate, and figure out seating. Going to be a great summer.
Now, go ahead and look at the final photo in there. Do you recognize the children in that?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Those are Mike and Laurie Shaver's children.
Thank you very much. She referenced pouring a concrete slab. Were there later posts on her Facebook profile about purchasing some concrete?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states XX, show defense. You recognize this post from states XX.
Yes, I do.
Is that related to the purchase of concrete from Laurie Shaver's Facebook profile already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves states XX into evidence in states 53.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, sir. Objections overruled. States XX will be admitted into evidence as states number 53.
Go ahead and publish what date is this posted?
April 28th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
It was originally a photo of bags of cement in the back of a truck.
Did Laurie Shaver comment on that?
There are comments, yes.
What did Laurie Shaver comment on that?
Yes.
Or what did she say?
Somebody asked what it was. She said cement. It's going in the area around the fire pit I built, going to make a seating area. Somebody else asked, how on earth would you mix and pour that? Don't you need a huge machine? Good luck. Can't wait to see. Laurie Shaver, filmer, posted, nope, a wheelbarrow will do, and you mix with mussels, LMAO.
In the course of your investigation, did you also find evidence of a subsequent purchase of more concrete?
Yes.
Showing the defense what has been previously marked as states YY. Your All right, this time the state moves states YY into evidence as with the appropriate business record certification and no intent to rely on such as states 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states YY will be admitted into evidence as states number 54.
Direct your attention. Well, first of all, what is states 54?
These are records that we obtained from Lowe's.
And is there a receipt showing the purchase of concrete by Laurie Shaver within those records?
Yes, there is.
And actually, can you step down and bring that with you if that'll help? First of all, can you indicate here on the receipt where it shows that this is connected with Laurie Shaver?
Has the customer name, Laurie L. Shaver, in the top left?
Okay. And does it have a date that this transaction occurred?
It does.
And what is that?
September 12th, 2016.
All right. And can you indicate on the receipt the concrete?
Sure. 42 bags of 80-pound crack-resistant concrete.
Thanks very much. Have a seat. Shortly after, associated with your search for records about purchase of concrete, did you also look into whether or not any cement-related equipment had been rented by either Laurie Shaver or Travis Filmer from any of the other home improvement stores?
Yes, I did.
And did you find any evidence?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a concrete mixer that was rented from Home Depot by Travis Filmer.
That is already in evidence. Is there, after that cement mixer rental and this cement purchase, was there photos on Facebook correlating with the cement slab around this time?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been previously been marked for identification as states ZZ. Showing the witness states ZZ. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a post from Laurie Shaver's Facebook that we've been talking about already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states ZZ into evidence as states 55.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. State ZZ will be entered into evidence as states number 55.
Publish. All right, first of all, what is the date of the series of photographs for this post?
September 19th, 2016.
And in the second photograph here, what is being depicted in the photo itself?
The fire pit is visible behind the young girl.
And that ultimately is the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body.
That's correct.
All right, I want to move on to some discussion of the records from Michael Shaver's Facebook account again. Now this photo showing the installation of the cement slab, again, I just want to be clear, what date was that?
September 19th, 2016.
Did you find activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook after September 19th, 2016?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense. Sorry, defense. states Exhibit 11?
It's a photo of Mike Shaver.
And specifically, is this a photo from Michael Shaver's Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
And what type of photo, what would Facebook categorize this photo as?
This was a profile picture.
What's a profile picture?
So with Facebook, you can post a photo that you want people to see whenever they either search for your name on Facebook or go to your profile. It's the photo that's front and center that people would see whenever they visit your page.
And when was this particular photo posted onto the Mike Shaver Facebook account?
March 8th, 2017.
So about 6 months after that post about the cement slab.
Yes.
Were there other profile pictures posted on Michael Shaver's Facebook profile after the cement slab was poured in September of 2016?
Yes, there were.
I'm showing you what was identified as Stacy's X. Entered into evidence of States 12. Publish. When was that profile picture uploaded onto Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
January 2nd, 2018.
And when you viewed this picture, did it seem unusual to you?
It did.
And why was that?
It does not depict Michael Shaver anywhere in it.
So did you do any research into this photograph?
I did.
And what did you do? What did you utilize in order to research this photograph?
Sure. So I used what's called a reverse image search.
What is that?
So anybody can do it. You can save an image to your computer, in this case, this image, and you go to Google and click on a little icon that looks like either a camera or a photo, and you can put that photo in to Google search, and Google will search all of the internet to see if that photo has ever been posted anywhere else.
And did you find indications of when and where this photo was posted?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
This photo was posted on a Bloody Mary Mix company's Instagram page called, I believe it was Redneck Sportsman's Juice.
Now, the Facebook also have something referred to as a cover photo.
Yes, it does.
What is a cover photo?
Similar to a profile photo, the cover photo is like a large banner that's on top of somebody's Facebook profile page. It gives you more area that you can put stuff. Sometimes it can be words, it can basically be anything that you want it to be, but it's just a larger photo that can be posted on your profile page.
I'm showing the fence which has been previously been marked as states BBB for identification. You recognize states BBB.
Yes, I do.
Is that a cover photo taken from the Michael Shaver Facebook profile that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move states BBB into evidence as states number
56.
56.
Same objection, Judge.
All right. Objection's overruled. And that's V as in Victor.
BBB.
Bravo. Okay. All right. Objection's overruled. States BBB will be entered into evidence as states number 56.
Publish. What date was this cover photo published on the page?
November 14th, 2017.
So almost 2 years from his disappearance.
That's correct.
And can you step down? Did you look at the IP log history associated with Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook in and around the time that this was posted?
Sure.
All right, and what activity in and around the date and time of this cover photo posted appeared on Michael Shaver's Facebook?
On November 14th, 2017, the IP addresses are the same. Mike Shaver's account was a login activity that was done at 15:58 for data time. Laurie Shaver's account on the same day at 15:59 University coordinated time, and it was also a login.
So within 2 minutes of each other.
That's correct.
Yeah, go ahead and stay there. Prior to Michael Shaver's disappearance, what was the general content of his Facebook posts?
Mike Shaver's Facebook activity was primarily focused on airplanes.
Did he post pictures of himself, his friends, airplanes, things related to that?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you, have you ever had reference to something called a meme?
Yes.
And what is a meme?
A meme is typically an image. It has words that have been transposed on top of an image. It's usually designed to be either witty or funny. It can be any picture that anybody wants to take, and they usually become viral and start floating around the internet.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November 2015, did Michael Shaver's Facebook show a lot of meme posts?
Only one that I can recall.
And after his disappearance in November of 2015, did that change?
It did.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously marked as states CCC for identification. Showing the witness states CCC for identification. What is that?
The meme that was posted to Mike Shaver's Facebook account.
And that's basically one page from the 3,000 pages that's already in evidence.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves states CCC into evidence as states 57.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. State CCC will be entered into evidence as states number 57.
Go ahead and publish. First of all, what was the date of this post?
January 5th, 2016.
And what is the content of the meme itself? What did it say?
Don't take a good woman for granted. Someday, someone will come along and appreciate what you did.
Now, did you look at the Facebook activity as far as the IP logs associated with Michael Shaver's Facebook and Laurie Shaver's Facebook for that day?
Yes, I did.
And does that appear on the summary, page 9?
Yes, it does.
All right. And what was the activity related to this post on Michael Shaver's Facebook compared to Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
Mike Shaver's account uploaded a photo. Laurie Shaver's account uploaded a photo.
And what were the times of those?
Mike Shaver's was at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. Laurie's was at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
But sharing the same IP address.
Correct.
State is showing defense what has been previously been marked as states DDD. Showing the witness states DDD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
Also a meme that was posted to Mike Shaver's Facebook account.
Is that from the same Facebook records that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
State moves states DDD into evidence as states 58.
Any objection?
Objection, Judge.
Right, objections overruled. States DDD will be admitted into evidence as states number 58.
Going to publish. First of all, when was this posted?
January 18th, 2016.
And can you go ahead and just read the content of the meme itself?
Some people need to mind their own business. Hashtag get a life.
Now, was there activity on the same IP address from Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook accounts on that day?
Yes, there was.
And can you go ahead and tell the jury, first of all, when the activity was on Michael Shaver's account?
Sure. January 18th, 2016, 3:35 Universal Coordinated Time. The photo was uploaded. January 18th, 2016, 15:21 Universal Coordinated Time. Photo was uploaded to Laurie Shaver's.
Very much. Now, switching back to Laurie Shaver's Facebook. What was the general, what types of things would be posted on Laurie Shaver's account?
She would publish photos and also meetings.
The based on the sheer volume of the records, it's fair to say she put that that account was posted to much more frequently.
That's correct.
And the large number of pictures of herself, family, kids, things of that nature.
Yes.
But did she also post memes quite often?
She did.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked as states EEE, showing to the defense first. Showing witness states EEE. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that a post from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states 58 into evidence and states 59.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, so states E, over defense's objection, states EEE will be entered into evidence of states number 59.
Go ahead and publish. First of all, when was this posted?
January 8th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post itself?
The photo says sometimes you just have to turn around, give a little smile, throw the match, and burn that bridge.
Now, going down further on that same page, is there a reference to the next post?
There is.
And what is the reference to the next post that appears on that page?
Awesome day getting dirty.
What date and time was that posted?
January 8th, 2016 at 0018 Universal Coordinated Time.
And on the following page of the Facebook records, is there a photograph that's associated with that post?
Yes, there is.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states FFF for identification. You recognize states FFF for identification.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a photo of Laurie Shaver with mud on her shirt.
And is that the next page in the Facebook records that we've been discussing?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states FFF into evidence of states 60.
Any objection? Objection is overruled. States FFF will be admitted into evidence as states number 60.
Go ahead and publish. Now, during your review of the Facebook records of Michael Shaver, specifically referring to the photographs that were sent through Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townsend, did you find evidence of photographs contained within there associated with this photo?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states GGG for identification. Showing the witness states GGG. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And where were those photographs from?
These were from, I believe these were from Laurie's Facebook. Or were these from Michael's Facebook in the images?
Are those from Michael Shaver's Facebook? The images sent to Vanessa Townsend.
They are the images that were sent to Vanessa Townsend.
All right, this time the state moves states GGG into evidence as states 61.
Same objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. States GGG will be entered into evidence of states number 61.
I'll go ahead and publish. So the photographs on the left and right are from the photos sent to Vanessa Townsend, and the photo in the middle is the picture from Laurie Shaver's Facebook profile.
That's correct.
turning to Michael Shaver's Facebook, as you were going through, other than that photo from the bar, were there other photos, was there another photo that drew some suspicion from you?
Yes, there was.
And I'm showing defense what has been previously been marked as states I. Showing witness states I. Is that the photo that you found suspicious from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states I into evidence as states number 62.
Any objection, Mr. Wiggs?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States I will be admitted into evidence as states number 62.
Go ahead and publish. Is that the photo that we were referring to on the left-hand side?
Yes, it is.
And first of all, why was that suspicious to you?
It, like some of the others, also did not depict Michael Shaver.
All right. And when you had your suspicions, what did you do to look into it?
A reverse Google image search.
And using the same process that you talked about from the bar photograph?
That's correct.
And what did you learn when you did that?
This photo is not original. It's been shared on the internet numerous times.
And when was this posted?
This post was July 25th, 2016.
And was there any other related information that you got from Facebook associated with this post?
Yes, there was.
And what is that?
This photo was uploaded along with a check-in location.
What is a check-in location?
So Facebook gives users the ability to let people know where they are. Whenever they go to the app, they can check in and basically tell people that they are at a specific location.
Now, do you actually have to physically be at that location in order to do a Facebook check-in?
You do not.
And was there information on the IP logs associated with this photograph and the summary?
Yes, there was.
And can you indicate, first of all, are referring to pages 53 and 54 of that summary?
July 25th, there's the IP address, along with another IP address that was also used in the same time frame. Mike Shaver's account with a login, and then also an action photo uploaded.
And was there activity on Laurie Shaver's Facebook utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, there was a password change.
And what is the time, first of all, the time of the Michael Shaver Facebook profile associated with this check-in in the middle of Lake Okeechobee?
Sure. Mike Shaver's account was on 7/25/2016 at 13:10 Universal Coordinated Time. The password change on Laurie's account was the same date at 13:04 Universal Coordinated Time.
So within 6 minutes, both of these accounts are utilizing the same IP address?
That's correct.
It's 11:45. I'd like to give the jurors a comfort break at this time. Okay, we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. parties ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please bring in the jurors. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Please proceed.
Now, as you were going through Michael Shaver's Facebook profile and focusing on the messages and screenshots of text messages sent from Michael Shaver's Facebook to Vanessa Townsend, did you find screen captures of text messages between Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver where they appeared to be in some sort of argument?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to go ahead and publish, go ahead and step down again. What was the time frame of these text messages?
February 23rd, 2016.
And taking that information, did you then look at the messages sent from the Michael Shaver Facebook account, the first message that was sent to Vanessa Townsend, basically indicating that the person with that account wanted to speak with Vanessa?
Yes.
Going ahead and pulling up that portion of the records, when was that attempt to reach out to Vanessa done?
February 25th, 2016.
Going to go ahead and get away from Facebook now. We're going to move to financial records. Did you get, we talked about getting records for Laurie Shaver's bank accounts and checking accounts. Did you also obtain the information for Michael Shaver's bank accounts?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been previously marked. The states JJJ, any of those records?
Yes, they are.
All right, this time the state removes states JJJ into evidence with the properly affixed notice of intent to rely on business records certification and business records cert showing to defense.
Judge, the same objection as to relevance, probative value, and authentication, as we say.
All right, the objections are overruled. Stage JJJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 63.
Now, what time frame of records were obtained?
The records began summer of 2014 until March 2016.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November of 2015, what kind of activity appeared on his financial records, his bank records?
What I refer to as financial transactions indicative of normal everyday life.
What do you mean by that?
Physical locations in stores, retail establishments, restaurants.
And the time frame that we have published here on pages 69 and 71 of the bank records, what time frame are we talking about?
October 28th, 2015 through December 24th, 2015.
Correct. Now, after his basic time frame that he called no show from work in November 10th of 2015, what types of transactions appear on those records?
The transactions the purchases at least are no longer consistent with in-store purchases.
Okay. What types of transactions do we have?
Purchases online as well as ATM withdrawals.
And the ATM withdrawals, do they indicate where those were from?
They do.
And where were they?
Claremont and Disney.
Okay, so nothing from Georgia?
Nothing from Georgia.
And in other investigations, have you been able to go through and try to get video from ATMs and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Do they retain that video forever?
They do not.
So when this case came to your attention, had video from ATMs expired due to the 3 years that had been before the body was even discovered?
Yes, ATM video is typically only held between 30 and 90 days.
And the online purchases, what were those?
There were 2 online purchases to Wish.com.
What is that?
Wish.com it's a kind of an alternative to Amazon. It's another online e-commerce retailer.
Are they a little more difficult to deal with than Amazon?
They are.
All right. And what was the other online real?
The other online purchases were for Walmart.com.
Are there any deposits associated with this?
There is.
And what was that?
On December 14th, there was an ATM check deposit at the Citrus Tower Boulevard, assuming Chase in Claremont, for $2,539.
And that amount, is that consistent with other financial records that were obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
And what was that?
We received a copy of this check from Mariner Finance, payable to Michael Shaver for $2,539.
And is that the same check that is referenced there in States 29?
Yes, it is.
Did you after that check was deposited, what were the next transactions? And just go ahead and read the dates and what they were and the amounts.
The check was deposited on December 14th. On posting date December 14th, there was a $100 withdrawal in Disney. On December 14th, there was a $200 cash withdrawal from the Citrus Tower in Claremont. On December 18th, there was another ATM withdrawal for $500, also from Citrus Tower Boulevard in Claremont. On December 21st, there was a withdrawal in Groveland for $400. On December 21st, an ATM withdrawal for $500 from Citrus Tower. And then on December 23rd, another ATM withdrawal from Citrus Tower for $500.
Now, moving on to page 71, is this the page that references the transaction with Walmart.com?
Yes, it is.
And can you go ahead and just point to it, say the date and what that transaction was?
December 23rd, card purchase. The transaction date that's listed in the description of the transaction is the 22nd. Walmart.com, $397.16.
And did you do research into, with Walmart, into the source of, or basically what was purchased and where that was sent?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked as states, well, showing defense was previously marked as states LLL for identification. showing the witness states LLL for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you received from Walmart?
Yes, they are.
All right, this time the state moves states LLL in as a business record with the valid notice of intent to rely on business record certification along with the valid business record affidavit.
Any objection?
Judge, same objection. Standing.
Objections overruled. States LLL will be admitted into evidence. States number 64.
Now, included with that exhibit, do you have is there the printout from Walmart along with the disc?
Yes, there is.
And this information that you received from Walmart, did it come to you electronically?
Yes, it did.
And is it easier to read the original electronic PDF as opposed to the version that is printed out?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time I'll publish.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and use the CD. Now, there's two documents on this CD. I'll pull up the first one first. While this is pulling up, can you go ahead and go into the bank records, the areas with the Walmart transaction? As we go on here, what information is contained in this first page of records?
This is the order summary for the Walmart purchase that was made.
Right. And first of all, who is showing from the Walmart records as the purchaser?
Laurie Shaver.
And where does it show that this purchase was delivered? Is that on this page?
Right here, as well as right here.
And up here at the bottom, what is indicated here as far as the actual purchase itself?
These are the purchase amounts, as well as the date and time.
And is the purchase amount located on the bottom here consistent with what was from the Mike Shaver Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
I mean, sorry, not Facebook records, the bank records. And that also indicates how it was paid?
Yes,
And is that associated with his credit card?
correct.
Going on to the other page. Does this include billing information, other things associated with the Walmart.com transactions?
Yes, it is.
And once again, who is shown as the purchaser?
Laurie Shaver.
As include information about other purchases?
These are the items that were purchased.
And what was the types of items that were purchased?
From looking at them with the close proximity to Christmas, I believe that they were Christmas gifts.
Looking at Michael Shaver's bank records, was there any activity whatsoever past December 15th, 2015?
No, there was not.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Mr. Strickland, or Officer Strickland, all the data that you introduced, all that's been discussed so far, does any of it mention a homicide?
I will repeat what I said yesterday. When
That's a yes or a no. Does it mention a homicide?
the word homicide does not appear in those records.
Correct. Okay. Does any of the records that you've introduced, do they discuss aiding and assisting somebody from being detected?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Do they mention anything about preventing somebody from being detected?
not as you've quoted.
Correct. Okay. Now, you've spoken about financial records. You've shown photographs of Laurie with mud on her, correct?
With what?
Mud on a shirt or so?
Yes.
Did you go through the financial records, for instance, and link that up for any particular purpose?
Which part?
Well, the mud on the shirt.
Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the mud represent?
The mud was the day that her and Jeremy went to Revolution Off-Road on State Road 33 in Groveland.
Did you suggest that to the jury? Direct examination?
There were purchases made.
Did you suggest that on direct examination?
That wasn't asked.
Right, that wasn't asked. Okay? That, in fact, was not any implication that she had dug a grave or buried Michael Shaver, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you talked about or you showed images of Laurie working out. Okay. Any of the Facebook data that you look at indicate her being involved with Beachbody sales?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Any of it indicate, did you look through each and every document indicating why she may be working out?
Seems like she enjoyed it.
Yeah. A lot of people like to work out.
Sure.
Right? Doesn't suggest necessarily they're planning a homicide, does it?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Sir, does it necessarily imply somebody's planning a murder?
no, it does not.
Okay. You talked about this Facebook account being accessed and that Facebook account and it being Laurie and Michael's, correct?
Yes.
Okay. More than one person could have accessed that account, correct?
Sure.
More than Laurie Shaver, correct?
Sure.
If anybody was in the house, Jeremy Townsend, you know, he testified he would be in the house, he may have been able to access those accounts, correct?
Theoretically.
And there's been no link-up testimony between the IP, the physical residence, and any device, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. Didn't you testify yesterday that these IP addresses expire over time? Was that your testimony?
Not that they expire every time. No, my testimony yesterday was that those records were only held by CenturyLink for a rolling 12 months.
And that there's no preservation of the IP address after a period of time,
Not for CenturyLink.
correct? Facebook, do they terminally keep the IP addresses?
They do.
In perpetuity?
They do.
Okay. Do any of the records that you've spoken about show causation of a homicide?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Sir, I'm not asking you to repeat what you said yesterday. Do any of them show and reveal causation of a homicide?
define causation.
The manner of.
Those records did not know.
Correct. You mentioned about banking records. Laurie Shaver's not on trial for bank fraud or any such charge like that, is she?
No, she's not.
You mentioned memes that were posted, correct?
I did.
And one was introduced and it said, I think, something like, sometimes you have to burn the house down and move on.
The
correct?
bridge.
Bridge, correct, okay, and move on, okay? That's an expression, correct?
It is.
Did you find any bridge burnt down or anything like that that was relevant?
An actual literal bridge, sir? No, sir, I did not.
And these memes that you've testified to or have been presented are just standard phraseology, correct? This isn't a personal thing somebody's created necessarily.
Well, they can be.
Okay. Do you know who created these?
I do not. I didn't look into that.
Okay. You do these searches where you can look at photos and see if they're posted anywhere else.
Sure.
Do you know if Laurie Shaver created that meme, any single meme?
I do not.
Correct. And going back to all the records that you've spoken about that have been just ushered into evidence at this stage, you're unable to account for any specific number of images to say, this definitely came from Laurie, this came from this person, this came from this person, correct?
I don't believe so.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Redirect.
When you're referencing Facebook maintaining IP records in perpetuity, is that how you were able to get the information from Facebook and create where that summary was created from?
That's where those records came from. I have no idea what their retention period is.
And then, so for at least the period of time that you asked for, they were able to give you the IP addresses associated with all of those posts.
Yes, they were.
And now CenturyLink and who would be the one that might know or would know who the physical address was attached to those different IP addresses, they have nothing to do with Facebook and vice versa. They're two separate entities.
That is correct.
Nothing further, Joe.
Okay. Just on this IP issue, just for clarity, Facebook may hold the IP, but that IP is not linkable to a physical address over time.
Objection.
Not with the Facebook.
Pardon me?
Overruled. You may answer.
Not with the Facebook records.
Correct. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
He is subject to recall, but he can step down today.
All right, sir. You may step down from the witness stand. You're subject to recall. Please be available. Thank you, sir. Okay. And your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Florida rests its case against Laurie Shaver.
All right. Deputy, please take the jurors out. Thank you.
we had discussed previously circumstantial evidence in any criminal case, how it could be used and the boundaries of it. We had cited to the court previously Smith versus Carlisle. That decision is cited at 378 Southern 3rd, 1213. It's a 5th DCA decision quoting extensive language on history of stacking inferences. What I announced for the court previously is the history of stacking inferences started with Knight. It was further represented in Sims and Law and numerous other cases. And back in earlier era, that when those cases were effective, the law declared that the state could not rely on stacking inferences of guilt to try to reach an ultimate decision on the state's behalf. Later in Carlisle, Smith versus Carlisle, that decision did away with that same principle. And it stated that stacking inferences was permissible at this day and age. But what it did is it went back to an earlier principle, which is the Volcker decision, and that's cited at 70 Southern 2nd 403. And that is a Supreme Court of Florida decision, 1954. And what Smith stated was, citing from Volcker, which recited the criminal principle at that stage. It states that stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test which may be analogized to the criminal rule concerning circumstantial evidence. And the court went on to say, well, what the criminal rule is. And it says, only if the prior or basic inference is established to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory, then you may stack inferences upon another. I've repeatedly approached the bench, to the annoyance of probably everybody observing and within the court, to preserve this issue for an appeal, and declared that there's no basic inference that the state has at any time stated in this courtroom that they're going to try to declare all the other inferences dependent and stackable, so to speak. So I've raised that and preserved it through this trial. At no time has the state announced any primary basic inference not subject to reasonable dispute. Without that basic inference, then stacking inferences becomes impermissible under the law. And the Volcker decision supports that principle. That would be one of the grounds for exclusion. Second, without stacking, with impermissible stacking, the state has never established causation. They have established that there's a dead body. They haven't established that Laurie Shaver is responsible for the dead body. They allege that we have a body and there's been some form of a cover-up. Now the state again relies on circumstantial evidence and trying to stack inferences without a primary inference to rely on to declare that the crime was committed and it has to be associated with Laurie Shaver to the exclusion of the rest of the world. We know there's been inconsistent testimony on that point. There's been acknowledgement by the state's own witnesses that devices can be hacked. They can be accessed by other people within a remote vicinity or within the access of the router. And it doesn't exclusively declare that Laurie Shaver thus is reliable for any homicide. The next thing the state attempted to do was to say, here's a body on the ground in a grave, and yet there's no evidence in any form or manner that ties to Laurie Shaver. So the only thing they're doing is trying to use a bunch of
unsupportable inferences from the digital data, which isn't linkable. It doesn't make any mention of a death, a homicide, or a cover-up, to say simply you could have a motive and you may have committed the crime. That's insufficient evidence under the law. But we know as well, when we look at the physical scene, be it the gravesite, there's no DNA, there's no signature of a crime, there's no prints, there's no forensic data or evidence of any kind. We know there's no connective link between the grave and the home site. There's nothing found within the home site that suggests Laurie Shaver transported the body, committed the homicide, or responsible in any manner whatsoever. So the state has failed to establish circumstantially and forensically that Laurie Shaver is responsible for the crime. We've moved judge for a judgment of acquittal based on those grounds, state that the state is not supported, the state has not supplied a case with competent substantial evidence for the matter to proceed forward to a jury. And on those bases, we'd ask that request.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, Mr. Wiggs is misinterpreting the case he's citing as far as Smith v. Carlisle. Once again, this is a civil case. Smith v. Carlisle states specifically, as it refers to the prior Volcker decision that Mr. Wiggs also is relying on, and this whole stacking one inference upon another, which Mr. Wiggs's argument relies. In the Smith case, it specifically says, the standard of review in entirely circumstantial criminal cases has now been discarded by the Supreme Court, which accurately described the rule as confusing and an outlier in federal and state courts. See Bush v. State, 295 Southern 3rd. It goes on to say, in Bush, the court upheld a death sentence based entirely on circumstantial evidence, and goes on to describe how the Florida Supreme Court is going away from the previous decisions in Knight and the other cases of which Mr. Wiggs's argument relies on. It says, and the Supreme Court in Bush relied on the United States Supreme Court rationale in Holland v. United States in order to come to that conclusion. This is a quote from the Supreme Court's decision in Holland. Circumstantial evidence is extrinsically no different from testimonial evidence. Admittedly, circumstantial evidence may in some cases point to a wholly incorrect result, yet this is equally true of testimonial evidence. In both instances, a jury is asked to weigh the chances that the evidence correctly points to guilt against the possibility of inaccuracy or ambiguous inference. In both, the jury must use its experience with people and events in weighing the probabilities. If the jury is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, we can require no more. The Smith v. Carlisle case talks about how the court eliminated the special instruction regarding the circumstantial evidence case, and the Smith v. Carlisle case concludes by saying that it would hold also to defy reason to hold that a person can be sentenced to the ultimate penalty under the law of death based solely on circumstantial evidence that does not exclude every reasonable hypothesis of innocence, but a plaintiff cannot survive a motion for summary judgment in a civil case based on circumstantial evidence alone. It goes on to basically say that this current civil standard makes no sense in light of the Florida Supreme Court's criminal standard in Bush, but says that for it to be ultimately resolved in a civil context, the Florida Supreme Court will have to weigh in on whether or not Volcker still stands in a civil setting. Smith v. Carlisle and Volcker have absolutely nothing to do with this court's analysis whatsoever, and the Smith case says that. What matters is what the Florida Supreme Court said in Bush v. State, 295 Southern 3rd, 179 in May of 2020, where it said because this special standard and this is talking about the overcoming all reasonable hypothesis of innocence. Because this special standard is unwarranted, confusing, and out of sync with both the jury instructions currently used in this state and the approach to appellate review used by the vast majority of the courts in this country, we discontinue its use. The Bush case, and I do have copies of Bush as well as Smith v. Carlisle, for your honor. Can I approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up. Thank you.
Quotes the same United States Supreme Court decision in Holland, which supports that there needs to be no special review by the judge in circumstantial evidence cases to determine whether or not all reasonable hypotheses of innocence have been overcome. This stacking inferences upon another is not the standard whatsoever. We have presented, despite Mr. Wiggs's assertions, we have absolutely shown evidence of causation. The cause and manner of death was established as gunshot wound, and the fact that the manner of death was homicide. The circumstantial evidence in this case shows that Ms. Shaver was the only person with the means, motive, opportunity to carry this out. She is the fact that the body was buried in her backyard shows that this was, as Detective Tamara Dale stated, not some robbery on I-4. The various evidence presented through bank records, Facebook records, phone records has established that Ms. Shaver has actively prevented the discovery of this body for years. Posed as Michael Shaver, used his bank accounts, used his phone, changed his phone number in order to try to manipulate Vanessa Townsend, changed that phone number again to a phone number associated with her. She's had access to his Facebook, access to his phone, access to his bank, actively covered up his death, lied about it to friends, family members, and law enforcement. She has a firearm that is consistent with all class characteristics and as caliber as the projectile found in the skull. The state has presented more than enough evidence for this to go to the jury.
All right, anything further?
Judge.
Yes, sir.
No, Judge. Opposing counsel has this wrong. He miscites the Bush case.
The case I cited, Smith versus Carlisle, is subsequent to Bush. It talks about Bush and what it was, and it talks about that Volker was a civil case, but it indulged the analysis from a criminal perspective. And that's the very language it says. Stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test. So here's the new test. Because Bush did away with stacking inferences, it goes back to the former test, which is Volker. And it says, only if, referring to the criminal standard, they say, only if the prior or basic inference is established, there's no been basic inference established here at this trial, to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory. Okay? That's what it says. So counsel can say, well, that's a civil case, but it's quoting a criminal standard all through it. I submit these cases to the court.
All right, please approach.
The state takes the posture that somebody buried in a yard must have been the closest body to it, must have killed the person. Okay? We know Jeremy Townsend was at the residence from his own testimony. There's no such standard by proximity equals knowledge, equals homicide. There's no case that's going to be supportive of the theory that the state would advance here today. Likewise, all the physical evidence, each and every piece of it, does not implicate Laurie Shaver. I submitted to the court a proposed jury instruction. That decision was Bowen. And I submitted to your offer to the state as well. And it says, knowledge of a crime, even if you know a crime's committed, doesn't mean you have to report the crime. The state takes a different posture here at this motion hearing and states that
due to the fact she didn't report it, due to the fact that she covered it up and may have misrepresented it, she must be the person that committed the crime. Well, that's contrary to the laws I've supplied to this court in the Bowen decision, and the state can't contradict that. The state can't contradict the fact that there's no forensic evidence, no ballistics, nothing to paint the picture that only Laurie Shaver committed this crime to the exclusion of the rest of the world. A reasonable doubt exists in a multitude of different fashions, as has arisen in this case, and it is not sufficient on these facts to submit the matter to the jury. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. All right. When viewed in a light most favorable to the state, the evidence does establish a prima facie case sufficient to support a conviction as to each count in the information. The motion is respectfully denied.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Wiggs, does your client intend to testify?
I won't know at this stage, but shortly. Okay.
Okay. And how many witnesses do you intend to call?
Well, we would have fingerprint.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. All right, Ms. Filmer, formerly Ms. Shaver, are you satisfied with the services that your attorney has rendered so far? Okay. Is there anything else that you would like your attorney to do in his representation of you? Okay. Just into the microphone, if you could, a little louder so we can, please turn it so it faces you. Thank you.
No, I'm satisfied up to this point, yes.
Okay. Are there any other witnesses that you would like your attorney to call other than what you plan to call this afternoon, other than who you plan to call this afternoon?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Are there any other concerns that you would like to voice at this point? Okay. And you are completely satisfied with the services that Mr. Wiggs has rendered thus far. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. And we'll call the jurors back in and let them know that we're going to break for lunch. It's 11:45. We'll ask them to return at 1 p.m. All right, is that agreeable with everyone? Okay. Please call the jurors back in. All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned, and thank you for your time and patience today. It is now 11:45. We're going to break for lunch, so I'd ask that you all return to the jury assembly room by 1 p.m. Okay, all right, we'll have a good lunch, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, is there anything further before we break for lunch?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, please return at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, we're back on the record in case number 2020 CF 2361. We convened after lunch. Would the parties present please identify themselves for the record?
Nick Winshire for the state.
Rich Busman on behalf of the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver. Ms. Shaver is seated to my right.
All right, Ms. Shaver, you remain sworn. Any preliminary matters before we call the jurors back in?
Just a couple matters.
Okay.
We had raised a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Yes, sir.
Because that's such a sensitive matter with the district court, I just want to make sure I have all issues on that. We had filed multiple motions with regards to this cause. There had been a motion to exclude any reference to the sale of any firearms. We had cited the authority in there, Agathis and some other authority, to prevent any discussion about that. The court declined to grant that, and there was discussion about that. There was issues about the handwritings, the cards that Ms. Townsend testified to. We filed a motion to exclude those on the basis that there was nobody here to authenticate them as to any writing in the form of handwriting analysis. The court declined to grant that, and those cards were discussed. There was a motion to exclude the digital data that was extensive in this case. There was an extensive setup as to the authority and the proper predicate. No predicate was laid in this case, and the court just authorized the use of a business record. With regard to that motion as well, there was a case of Chanel cited within it, talked about when data is passed from one corporate entity into another, there has to be an analysis as to the reliability from one corporation to the next. There was no such analysis, and the court permitted introduction of that. There was previously a Williams rule notice that was filed in this case. I understand the ruling of that decision. What we had asked, though, was that the minor child be able to talk a little bit more in detail about specific acts of misconduct, and as much that it shaped her reaction and motive as to this cause and why she felt the need to exercise self-defense. Looking at the self-defense jury instructions and the standard instructions, counsel would point out to the court there is a section in there that deal with prior bad acts and the instructions themselves. We've presented to the court a proposed instruction and have outlined the relevant acts in this case that would be subject for consideration. We still ask that those bad acts be considered in a different format, which we anticipate to introduce in this matter through the introduction of the testimony of Isabel Shaver. But I just want to add those to the motion for judgment of acquittal to remain subject.
Yes, sir. Is there anything from the state?
Yes, sir.
All right, the prior judgment on the motion for judgment of acquittal stands. The motion is respectfully denied.
The defense would first call Adam Narvaez.
All right, well, we'll call the jurors in first, but are there any specific issues concerning that witness?
Just the issues, the pretrial motion.
Sir?
I addressed them at the bench.
Yes, sir. Okay, nothing additional then. All right, then we'll call the jurors back in. Thank you. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned after lunch. Defense, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Please support.
Yes, sir.
Defense would call Adam Narvaez.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Adam Narvaez, ADAMNARVAEZ.
All right, please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Narvaez, I say Narvaez, I think you say
Narvaez.
Narvaez. Okay. And you've spelled your name on the record. Let me ask you, what do you do for a living?
Right now, entrepreneur. I own several businesses.
What are such businesses?
I own a construction company, granite countertop company, a real estate investment company.
Do you know the Shavers?
I do.
Tell us how you know the Shavers.
I met Laurie through Travis, who's an employee of mine, several years ago.
Does Travis work for you?
Yes, sir, he does.
Does Laurie work for you?
Yes, sir, she does.
Do you have any extended relationship with that family?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years now. You know, as you can imagine, specifically with Travis, it's, you know, Monday through Friday, every single day. Yeah.
What does Travis do for you?
Gosh, Travis does a little bit of everything. He's definitely one of my lead guys for Legacy Construction, kind of a project manager.
And does Laurie Shaver work with you?
Yes, sir, she does.
Are you familiar with the other residents of that family?
Yes, sir, I am.
You remember when, do you have any recollection of when Laurie was arrested on this case?
Vaguely. Very, very rough with dates, but vaguely.
Did you have the occasion subsequent to her arrest to speak to Adam, any of the family members?
Yes, sir.
And did you have the occasion to speak with Isabel Shaver?
I did.
Without discussing the contents of that conversation, did it raise any concern in your mind?
They did.
Okay. And did the concern direct your attention towards the need for independent counsel?
Absolutely.
Were you at any time involved in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, I was. I was a deputy sheriff.
Deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
How long did you do that?
Approximately 4 years.
Now, aside from the work relationship, do you have any other relationship or knowledge of this family?
Yeah, we attend some of the same church together. Travis and I go to the same men's meetings together.
When Isabel relayed the information to you that she did,
Yes, sir.
I had filed a motion to retain an independent counsel for her.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance for this witness's testimony.
If you'll allow me to proceed just a
Overruled.
moment.
Please proceed.
There was a financial need in that case for Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody support that need?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
I did.
You were willing to take on that financial responsibility?
Absolutely.
And that was Miss Johnson, correct?
Correct.
Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem on behalf of Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about the reputation in the community about Travis or Laurie Shaver?
Yeah, I mean, in you know, in full transparency, I mean, I realize now that this case has gone on for almost a decade, and I wasn't aware of that when I had first met Travis, or when Travis first came to work with me. I don't think necessarily that he was trying to hide it, but it's
Lack of foundation at this point in reputation testimony.
Very well.
Sustained.
let's direct your attention in this manner. Do you know their reputation in the community for truthfulness and veracity?
Truthfulness, absolutely. Veracity, yes. But truthfulness for sure.
As to Travis?
Absolutely.
As to Laurie?
As far as I've known her, yes, sir. I've never had any reason to doubt anything.
As to Isabel?
Absolutely.
Very well. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. State? Yes, sir.
All the information you talked about regarding Ms. Johnson being appointed to deal with Isabel, that all happened well after Laurie Shaver was arrested for this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, any follow-up? Okay. And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
No, he'll be on standby if you don't mind.
All right, sir.
Wait a second. No, that's fine, he's released.
Okay. All right, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for appearing. Your next witness.
Witness will next call Richard Connor.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Ready.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Richard Donald Connor, Jr., Connor.
Okay, first name Richard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Raise your right hand, please. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Just state your name for the record once again.
Richard Donald Connor, Jr.
Mr. Connor, I believe you just retired, correct?
Yes.
Before you retired, you took on this case.
Yes.
That has been going on for a while.
Yes.
Tell the jury why you were retained.
I practice digital and computer forensics, and that includes examining data that's stored online, say with Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, whatever. And I was retained to examine some data that had been provided in discovery to the defense in this case.
Have you been trained in that area?
Yes.
Have you testified in courts of law as a special skilled witness in that area?
Yes.
Counsel? Judge, if I could show the witness
Yes, sir.
what's marked as Defense Exhibit A for this hearing. You recognize that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you're looking at.
It's a copy of my CV.
And that's your curricula vitae, correct?
Yes.
Does it express therein your training?
Yes.
Does it express therein the trials that you've testified in?
Yes.
Does it testify the period of time in which you've testified and been experienced in this field?
It lists all the cases that I've testified in and the year in which I testified in them. Yes.
Judge, we've moved Defense Exhibit A into identification as Defense 1, I believe, Tess.
Any objection?
The CD itself is hearsay. I have no objection to Mr. Connor telling the jury about his credentials, but the CD itself is hearsay.
Judge,
All
it
right.
provides a narrative for summary for the jury, as the state has issued in narratives in this case. In their case in chief, it's an aid and assistance for the jury, instead of Mr. Connor going through each page in each case and matter that he's been involved.
And the hearsay issue, what's your response to that?
Yeah, it's a summary instead of him just reading it to the jury. just like the state has admitted summary testimony through their witnesses.
State. Sidebar, please.
Accepted in evidence. Reviewing that document, can you give a summary of the trial matters that you've been involved in and the issues raised therein?
I've testified in trials, depositions, and hearings about 170, 180 cases. State court, federal court, arbitrations, criminal cases, civil cases. In criminal cases, I've done all kinds of murders, child pornography, theft, fraud, drugs, kidnapping, hacking, endless types of cases. In the civil cases, there are even more variety. I'd have to go through them one by one, but it's all over the board, all different kinds of cases, examining all different types of electronic data, usually in computers, hard drives, phones, online, cell phone location data, things of that nature. So like I said, about 180 different cases that I've testified in since 2006.
Have you been qualified to render an opinion in those cases?
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask the court to accept Mr. Connor as a special skilled witness and able to render an opinion in this cause.
Any objection? Without objection, the request is granted.
Okay. Mr. Connor, your experience and computers, were you supplied information in this case to review as it pertains to Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And did you review all that?
Yes.
Okay. You and I had discussions about it, correct?
Yes.
And let's first and foremost clarify, and we have a technological person on this jury, but let's discuss for clarification for everybody else. When we hear the word IP, what is that reference?
Internet protocol. It generally refers to an IP address. Every device that connects to the internet has to have what's called an IP address, and that's what that refers to.
Okay. When somebody goes onto the internet, for instance, do they get a new IP address with each communication, or is there some attachment to the message to identify it?
So the IP address is assigned by your internet provider. So at home or in your office, if you have, say, Comcast, you'll have a modem that allows you and the devices in your home to connect to the internet. And they all go through that modem. And Comcast will assign the IP address to that modem. So anybody within that house, whether it's you, your spouse, your kids, or whatever, they're all going to share the same IP address provided by Comcast. On your cell phone, it's basically the same. And if you have your cell phone and you open your browser and you search for a local restaurant to eat at, I have an AT&T phone. So AT&T is providing me with an IP address to get on the internet and run my search for local restaurants.
And I think this case, you saw CenturyLink records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the router or the phone service that provided the IP addresses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you see anything, any certificate of authentication for those documents that came back on CenturyLink?
I don't recall.
Now, when these IP address registration that are held by the corporations, do they expire at time? Do they disappear?
So most, an ISP is an internet service provider, in this case CenturyLink, Comcast, AT&T, whatever. And they keep track of who, I'm talking about homes now, not so much cell phones. They keep track of who they assign IP addresses to, but they only keep that information for a limited period of time, normally 1 or 2 years. And then after that, they get rid of it, and they don't have it anymore. So they generally have it, but only for a relatively short period of time of 1 or 2 years.
For a crime that is alleged to have occurred back in 2014, 15, back in that era, were there any IP traceable addresses that existed?
In this case? No, the requests have been made more than, is that me? Outside the retention period. So a request was made to CenturyLink saying who were these IP addresses assigned to, and CenturyLink responded, we don't have those records anymore, it's too much time has passed.
And Facebook, do those IP addresses expire over time?
Not in the same way. Facebook, as long as your account is open, will maintain whatever data is in the account. If you close your account or it becomes inactive, I think after a certain period of time they'll get rid of what they have. But as long as the account is open, then they will not delete anything.
Now, when you have like a Facebook account, does it have to link or be connected to CenturyLink to be able to trace the data where it came from?
No, what happens is Facebook, part of the data that they maintain is the IP addresses used to access the account. So when a search warrant is issued to Facebook, and one of the things they'll provide is a list of the IP addresses that are contained within their records that were used to access the account, the subject of the search warrant.
When you looked at the records in this count, or let me rephrase that question. Without an accurate IP address or one that had expired, are you able to trace the IP address to a IP physical residence?
In this case, no. That's where the expired records come in. Normally, if say the case happened last week and we subpoenaed Facebook today and they came back and said this is the IP address used to access that account, and we can look it up and see it's a CenturyLink IP address owned by CenturyLink. So they would then send a search warrant or subpoena to CenturyLink and say who had that IP address on the date and time identified by Facebook. And then CenturyLink would come back and say it was me or whoever, and the address of 123 Main Street in Tavares. So that's how we would know that the modem at that address is the one that was used to access the Facebook account. In this case, CenturyLink said, it's been too long, we don't have the records, so I cannot tell you what address that IP address was assigned to back in 2015 or whatever.
And if they could trace it without that, they couldn't trace it to the residence, correct? I think you just testified to.
Correct. So, like I said, the IP addresses are assigned by the providers. We know with CenturyLink, we don't know who CenturyLink had assigned that IP address to. So it could have been any of their customers anywhere.
Is it fair to say, without being able to trace it to a physical location, you're unable to trace it to the individual at that location?
Correct. We don't have the location, so we don't know who the individual was either.
Is it likewise true and accurate to say if you can't trace it to the location or the individual, you can't trace it to the device?
Correct. There may be other data maintained by Facebook that might identify devices used to access the account, but right, CenturyLink has nothing to identify the device either, I think is what you're asking.
In this case, reviewing the digital data, did you see anything that would trace any digital data to Laurie Shaver in this matter?
No, like I said, CenturyLink did not have records anymore, so that's a dead end in this case.
If
a device and somebody is accessing Facebook, are they able to do it in remote locations?
Yes, wherever you have access to the internet, you can access the internet, including Facebook.
Are you able to hack it in another country?
Yes.
Are you able to hack it in another state?
Yes.
Are they able to be hacked and gain access?
It's been known to happen.
If you have knowledge of the password of the account, can you gain access?
There's a good chance, yes.
If there's more than one person inside a residence, can the person use the same router and gain access to that account?
Yes, like I said earlier, the IP address is assigned to the modem or the router in the house, and everybody in the house goes through that modem. So if a search warrant's executed at the house and there's 5 people living there, unless there's other facts in the case, there's no way to know which of the 5 people or which device was being used, because the central link would only identify the IP address of the modem.
If law enforcement can't account for all the individuals that passed through the house and had access to the router as well, or the browser, are they able to access accurately who was on the internet at any specific point in time?
No, not in this case, because we don't know the address, so we don't know who was at the address, because we don't know the address.
Is one individual capable of going on to another account, another person's account, and posting images of another individual on Facebook?
That's possible, yes.
Is anybody able to be within the vicinity of a router at a residence and be able to gain access to it?
Yes, I've had cases like that, where somebody's short on money and they go to their neighbor in the next house or an apartment upstairs and say, hey, can I bum off your internet? And they say, sure, and give them the name and password. And so as long as you're within range of the signal, somebody sitting in their car in the street, maybe a house next door, or somebody else in the apartment building, if they know how to get into they know your username and password, they can access your internet, yes.
From a technological perspective, when we hear the word cache associated with a computer, do you know the meaning of that word, or am I missing?
Cache? Cache is temporary data stored on a device. So an example is a web page. When you access a web page normally in your browser, it will cache a copy of that web page so that if later today or tomorrow you go back to that website, it'll actually pull up the cached copy, because that's quicker, while it checks the actual website for any changes, and then it'll update it. So it's temporary data stored on your device. It essentially is what cache is.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. State? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connor.
Good afternoon.
An internet service provider is the company that provides the internet access to a house or a business, right?
Yes.
In this case, it's CenturyLink.
Yes.
Spectrum, Verizon, who knows?
Correct.
An IP address is an internet protocol address, correct?
Yes.
They're in the form of 4 digits separated by a period.
Yeah, the IP, was it 4 system? We're moving to the 6th system now or whatever. Yes, you're correct.
Especially back in 2015, would be a 4-digit number.
Yes.
Like 71.49.11.123.
Yes.
That's an address that is assigned to a particular address or a particular location by the internet service provider to give that location internet access.
Yes.
Kind of like a street address that's unique to my house.
Yes.
That internet service provider can change the IP address assigned to that particular house for various reasons, right?
Yes, it's called a dynamic IP address. Most residents have a dynamic one, and it can change. Nobody knows when, but yes, it can change.
It could be the same for a month or 2 months or 6 months, and then they could change it for some reason.
Correct.
That's up to the internet service provider, whatever they do and why they do it.
Correct.
So let's assume I get internet service through Spectrum at my house. Normally, the service provider, Spectrum, would assign me a modem, right?
Yes.
And that's the device that allows the internet to come into my house.
Yes.
Normally, they would assign also a router, right?
Yes.
And a router is a device that allows multiple devices inside a house to connect to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
Every single one of those devices in the house that's connecting to the internet is going to have the same IP address assigned to it, correct?
On the internet side of the equation, yes.
That is what allows me to connect with my cell phone, my laptop, my wife to have her cell phone or her laptop on, connecting to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
And all those devices that are connected to my network are going to have the same exact IP address.
Yes.
So let's assume if you come over to my house for dinner, we're finished with court, you come up and you have dinner with my wife and I. You bring your phone, and after dinner, I log on to my Facebook account and I post a picture. You log on to your Facebook account and you post something, hey, Rich made a great dinner tonight. Because you are on my network, you and I will have the same IP address assigned to that Facebook posting, correct?
Yes, the IP address for both postings will be the same.
And if you left my house and drove down the road such that you couldn't connect to my network anymore, and you went on Facebook, you would be assigned a different IP address.
Correct. Correct.
Because you're no longer in my close proximity to my network to be able to access it and use my IP address.
Correct.
Now, if somebody remotely from China hacks into my Facebook account and posts a picture on my Facebook account, that's going to log a different IP address than the one assigned to my house, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Because that person would not have access to my network and wouldn't share the same IP address that I normally use.
Yes, in the scenario you're giving us, correct.
Now, conceivably, we ask for, you issue legal service, a search warrant to Facebook. They send the information back to the requester, and that sometimes contains, if requested, all the IP logs associated with the Facebook account.
Correct.
You've seen those records plenty of times, right?
I have.
You reviewed those records and relied on the authenticity of those records in coming to your opinions.
Yes.
Then, assuming we now have the Facebook IP records associated with, say, my account. Conceivably, we could then find out through Spectrum, my service provider, where that IP address, the physical IP address, was assigned to, what location.
Yes, if it's within the year, yes.
Assuming not too much time has elapsed.
Correct.
In this case, because the body wasn't found for several years and the request wasn't made, CenturyLink did not have those physical address links to the IP address because too much time had passed.
Correct. The records have been destroyed or whatever.
You talked a little bit about if someone was in range of a network, they could kind of pirate that network and like sit outside in the driveway and access a person's network and post things, right?
Yes.
That would require that person to A, be close enough to the network to be able to have a signal.
Correct.
B, know the password of that network to even get into it.
Correct.
Would you agree that in this case, the location, the Shaver residence, was in an incredibly rural area, was it not?
To be honest, I have no idea.
Okay. someone lives on a 5 or 10 acre plot, the chances of somebody sitting outside the driveway and having access to a network is very slim. Would you agree?
It would be, yes, much less slim than in a normal residence neighborhood.
As opposed to if I live in an apartment complex.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Facebook. In order to access Facebook, somebody would either need the password associated with the account, right?
Yes.
Or access to a device that was already logged into Facebook such that you could access the Facebook account, right?
Yes.
So right now you would not be able to access my Facebook account through your phone because you don't know my password.
Correct.
Conceivably, my Facebook account wouldn't already be up and active on your phone.
It's not.
Turning to this case, you reviewed the Facebook records of both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver's accounts, correct?
Correct.
Those records that you reviewed looked like all the other Facebook records that you have reviewed in your career.
Yes, yes.
You had no reason to doubt that they came from Facebook or they were authentic.
Yeah, I don't deal with the authenticity part, but yeah, they look like other Facebook records I have seen in other cases.
The Facebook records that you reviewed of Michael Shaver's account had personal information about Michael Shaver, pictures of him, the kids, things like that, or is that beyond your scope?
I was not focusing on that content, so yes, there may have been some, but if you asked me what, I could not tell you.
Facebook provided IP addresses for activity associated with Michael Shaver's account, right?
Correct.
As well as IP addresses for activity associated with Laurie Shaver's account.
Correct.
You have reviewed those IP address histories, correct?
Yes.
And you've actually reviewed them with Mr. Camuccio before on certain instances, right?
Yes.
Okay. The jury's been inundated with Facebook IP address information, so I'm just going to ask you a couple very simple pointed questions. Would you agree that over the 2-year period of records, there were multiple times where Laurie Shaver's Facebook IP addresses were the same as Michael Shaver's IP addresses?
Yes. I don't remember that within a short period of time, yes. I don't know. Was it
within minutes of each other?
I think that's correct.
And those instances happened throughout that 2-year period of time of records, right?
There were multiple such instances.
That would indicate, if they're both sharing the same IP addresses, that the device or devices used to log into those two accounts were located in the same proximity to each other.
They would have been connected to the same router, I would think, yes.
So if it's a house router, they would likely both be in the house.
Yes.
Now, conceivably, the same person could have logged into both accounts if that person knew the password or had a device that was already logged in and done the postings on both accounts.
That's possible.
So my wife and I are in my house sharing our same router, sharing the same IP address. She takes my phone and posts. That would share the same IP address as mine.
Yes.
There were instances in Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook records that showed them sharing the same IP addresses up until even November of 2017 towards the end of the records.
I don't recall the dates, to be honest.
You know that there were multiple times, though.
Yes.
It wasn't an uncommon thing.
There were multiple times.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, a question or two. Counsel was asking you questions, hypothetical questions, about access to accounts, at or about the same time. Is it plausible somebody could be at a Starbucks, for instance, accessing both accounts?
Yes, again, connected to the same modem. So whether it's a house, Starbucks, a mall, it's just the same router wherever that router is.
state? May the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony, and have a good day. Your next witness?
Kelly Johnson.
Okay.
Kelly Johnson. I told Miss Johnson to be here too. Judge, if he's not here,
Do you want to take a moment to contact Miss Johnson?
yes.
Okay.
Can I step outside?
Yes, sir. Please step outside.
Yeah, yeah, informant, I believe she's at the door, walking in.
All right. It's a little early for a break, so we'll wait for Miss Johnson to arrive.
I just stand up there so I can find her in, Judge.
Yes, sir. That's fine. All right, good afternoon, Miss Johnson. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Right.
Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Kelly Johnson, Kellyjohnson.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please support.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, would you say your name for the record?
Kelly Johnson.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
How long have you been an attorney?
I've been a member of the Florida Bar since 2013.
13. Tell us about your practice, what you do.
I practice criminal defense and family law.
You have other attorneys that work within your office with you?
Yes, I have associate attorneys
Here in Tavares?
in Tavares on Main Street.
You received an order in this case to represent Isabel Shaver.
I was appointed as an attorney ad litem.
Would you tell the jury why you were appointed in this matter?
Well, it was my understanding that the child in this case wanted to come forth and give some testimony under oath, and there was a motion filed. I was approached and asked if I would accept an appointment as a guardian, as an attorney ad litem in this case, and I said that I would.
How long ago was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was March of 2022.
22, a few years ago.
Yes.
Now, when you were appointed, did you, without revealing any conversations between you and your client, did you discuss the matter, her knowledge, and what had happened with her?
When I was appointed, that formed the attorney-client relationship between the child and myself. And I began meeting with the child and discussing the relevant facts of this case and assisting her and guiding her with advice with regard to what her position was.
And during the time that you were representing her, at any time was her deposition taken?
She did have her deposition taken, yes.
Did you attend that deposition with her?
Yes, I did.
At any time when you were representing her, did I meet with you and your client?
Yes, you did.
Did I meet only in your presence?
As far as I know, you met with a child in my office in my presence.
I think twice, correct?
Twice.
The child, did she in any manner express, well, let me back up and strike that question. Did you advise Ms. Shaver, Isabel, correct?
Yes.
Did you advise her if she desired to proceed forward and testify in this cause that she would be waiving certain constitutional rights?
I advised her regarding the applicable law and possible ramifications in taking the position that she was in this litigation.
Was she advised she had a right to remain silent in this matter?
Obviously, I advised her of all of her rights.
Okay. Including her constitutional rights, correct?
Correct. This is not litigation in which she is named as a defendant.
Did you meet with the state at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay. They were aware you were representing her?
Yes.
Did the state ever contact you to discuss anything with Isabel?
The state and I did have informal conversations about my representation of the child.
You didn't do any kind of psychological analysis, but did you feel that the child was being honest and straightforward with you?
I felt like the child was able to understand the conversations in which we had.
Did she appear to understand her obligation to testify truthfully in a court?
She appeared to understand that, yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Ms. Johnson, before you became involved in this case, you were actually approached by Mr. Wiggs and asked to do this.
He did contact me, as I said, and asked if I would accept the appointment as an attorney ad litem.
And then, once appointed, and you were representing Ms. Shaver, there were multiple times that I saw you in the courthouse and would tell you, anytime your client wants to talk to us, just bring her on in.
Yes.
Now, if she were to do that, would she have any sort of legal protections to just come and talk without any sort of subpoena?
No.
So, in order to protect her rights, the only time the state actually ever talked to her was after issuing a subpoena and doing a formal deposition.
Correct.
But prior to that, from the moment you were appointed, the state said anytime that she wants to talk, we're here.
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, just briefly. Did law enforcement approach you?
No, I've never spoken to anyone from law enforcement.
Mr. Camuccio make any private calls to you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Did he call you on the phone, say he wanted to talk to her?
I don't recall.
Very well. I don't have any other questions on that matter.
All right, anything further, Mr. Camuccio?
Miss
I'm sorry.
Johnson, once someone has an attorney, like Ms. Shaver, is it fair to say it would be unethical for me to approach someone and talk to them when I knew they had an attorney?
Yes.
And as far as law enforcement, just going to talk with you once I knew that you were represented, if that was going to be directed, I would have to go through you.
Correct.
And once again, there would be no protections for your client if they just came talking. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
And once again, it all came down to the time that she was made available was when she was given the subpoena and then given the protections based on that.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
You can step down and may we approach, please?
Yes, sir. And may Ms. Johnson be excused from her subpoena.
Yes, you may.
Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. So, Deputy, please take the keys. Thank you. State's position on it?
I'm aware of nothing. I'm aware of, since she's not a child victim, I know nothing that would preclude the media's presence.
Yeah, that's the only issue I know is about child victims. I don't know generally about the outside of that.
All right. I believe the media may have agreed to point the camera away from the child witness and record the testimony only via audio. Well, the media's here. Is that what you intend to do, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, and could you just state your name for the record? All right, sir. You intend to point the camera away from the child witness. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Then please proceed in that manner. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. Thank you. All right, we're in recess. the members have returned after our break, and defense, please proceed. Okay. Isabel Shaver has been called to the stand. Ms. Shaver, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Isabel Shaver, ISABELLESHAVER.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please proceed.
Sir. Isabel, you just spelled your name, but would you put your name on the record of an open court?
Sorry?
Say your name again.
Isabel Shaver.
How old are you, Isabel?
I'm 15. I turned 16 this Sunday.
Okay, very good. It's your desire to testify in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of the arrest of your mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Isabel, there's allegations raised and floating around that, so to speak, that you've been brought in here, kind of thrown under the bus. Has anybody pressured you to testify in this cause?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. Now, there was, Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem to represent you.
Correct.
Did you meet with Miss Johnson?
Yes,
Did you discuss your case with Miss Johnson?
I did.
Did Miss Johnson go over all the rights that you would waive by testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your desire to testify?
Yes.
Do you understand your obligation to testify truthfully?
I do.
Are you going to testify truthfully?
I'm going to testify truthfully.
Would you explain your relationship to Laurie Shaver?
Laurie Shaver is my mother. Me and her are very close. We've always been very close. We do everything together. I don't know, she's like my best friend and a mom in one.
All right, defense, do you wish to view the birth certificate? Do you wish to view the document, the birth certificate?
Judge, we had had a hearing on this matter as to the birth certificate of Isabel Shaver. The court had approved mandatory judicial notice. Madam Clerk is identifying the document. And once identified, we'd ask that the matter be accepted to the court, again pursuant to your order.
Is that Exhibit B? E is in Delta? Okay. All right, the birth certificate has been marked as Exhibit D. Is there any objection from the state?
Your Honor, it's improper to admit that as judicial notice, but it is an official record, and because of the fact that it's an official record, it is admissible, so the state has no objection.
All right.
Judicial notice in the state has been.
Without objection, Exhibit D will be entered into evidence as defense number 1.
Isabel, you met me some time ago, correct?
Correct.
Met me at or about the time of your mother's arrest.
Right, yes.
I had, did I not, a brief discussion with you?
We did, yes.
And upon that brief discussion, we had requested that Ms. Johnson be appointed, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I ask you any questions you do not understand, would you please ask me to rephrase the question, repeat the question, or try to ask the question in a different way?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall your father?
Yes.
His name?
Michael Shaver.
What was your relationship like with Michael Shaver?
We didn't really have much of a relationship. he wasn't very present. He worked at night, and so he slept all day during the day, and anytime he was home, we weren't really allowed outside of our rooms. We didn't have a relationship, really. He really wasn't a father to me.
Was the atmosphere calm? How would you describe the household?
It was very combative. It was very tense. There was a lot of tension constantly. It's not calm. It was the complete opposite of calm. Nobody, whenever he was home, it was just, I mean, it was scary. It was like, I don't know, we were just stuck in our rooms all day, and then, like, whenever we weren't, it was just, he was very aggressive, and we didn't have that type of relationship. No, it wasn't a calm household.
You see any without talking about the facts of any events, did you see any altercations between Michael and your mother?
I did, yes.
Were they frequent?
Yeah. They were pretty frequent.
Were they physical?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to mark these exhibits. The court has previously accepted them and entered an order to take judicial notice of those.
Your Honor, can I see these?
Documents. I'll show you.
All right, the state can please view the documents. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
speaking about household events, you had spoken that it was an atmosphere that was tense, I believe.
Yes.
I'm showing you a composite exhibit. It has 6 photographs in it. Had you seen your mom in that same or similar condition on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions how you frequently observed your mom, without speaking about the events themselves? Did those images and mental impressions in your mind cause you to feel the need to take your mother's side at any time?
Yes, I mean, look at her.
Did it cause you, Isabel, to step up and in the past, on more than one occasion, and side with your mother?
Yes, it did.
In the pictures that you looked at, who committed those injuries to your mother?
My father.
Judge, we'd ask that this exhibit, this composite exhibit, without testimony as to the events, be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
How's the exhibit identified? What letter marking?
It is being identified.
B as in Bravo? Okay. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
Without objection, Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defense number 2.
torn shirt and blood.
Speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. I see my father, and he has a torn shirt and blood.
Whose blood's that?
I mean, I'm assuming his,
Sis?
maybe.
Now, the photos you looked at and testified to briefly, is this the individual that would do that? And see? We move Defense Exhibit C into evidence at this time, Judge.
And no objection? Without objection, Defense Exhibit C will be admitted into evidence as defense number 3.
Isabel, how frequently would those events occur? Without speaking the details of the events.
It would happen pretty often. They'd at least argue and like fight really bad, pretty much on the daily. But it would escalate to those points a few times a month. Like it wasn't a rare occurrence. Like it happened often.
And as a matter of those events, and I may have asked this question before, did you feel a need to attempt to protect your mom in any fashion?
I did, yes.
Did you perceive your mother as a victim through those events?
Yes.
That response that transpired in you, did it become a natural and automatic response? You talked about the feeling inside of yourself of the need to protect your mother. Did that become automatic inside?
Yes, it did. Growing up, I mean, yeah, I've always stepped in for my mother. I would, do whatever I could do. I mean, I remember I had this stuffed animal, and her name was Lammy, and she was my favorite stuffed animal. And he used to, she would go to sleep on the couch, and because he would drug her water, and I would tuck her in, and I would, give her my stuffed animal to protect her. And obviously it's a stuffed animal, it's not going to protect her, but it was just, the act and the principle of it.
Was there a period of time when your father was removed from the residence?
Yes, there was.
Father removed from the residence on occasion
Yes.
as a consequence of these events?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And during the period or the absence of your father, did your mother start dating anybody?
After he had been removed for a while, she did start dating Jeremy.
Okay. What was Jeremy's last name?
Townsman? I don't think I know his last name. It's something like that.
Okay. How often would Jeremy come to the residence?
He was over all the time. I mean, he came over for holidays. He was there for my brother's birthday. His son went to the same school as me and my brother, so he would meet up at our house every day before we go to school, and he was at the school for all the plays, the events, all that type of stuff. He was over all the time.
Would he come in the morning?
Yeah, morning, night.
Would he ever spend the night there?
Yes.
Would y'all go to places with Mr. Townsend or Jeremy?
Yes, we would.
Was he there for Christmas?
Not Christmas Day, but Christmas Eve.
Was he there for any other holidays or special events?
He was there for my brother's birthday. I don't really remember any other holidays, but I know he was there for my brother's birthday and Christmas.
Do you remember going shopping or out on the town with Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, we used to go to this Chick-fil-A a lot. That was one of the ones with the playgrounds, and we'd go with his son and then me and my brother. We did that a lot.
know if Mr. Townsend or Jeremy was married?
I don't think so.
Isabel, I'm sorry I have to do this. But let's talk about Michael, your father. Do you know anything about the death of your father?
I do.
Do you know anything about how your father died?
I do.
Could you tell the jury?
So, it was a school day, and I'm sorry. And he.
First, let's relax, go slow, make sure the jury understands the events, okay?
Okay. It was a school morning. Me and my brother were getting ready for school. He hadn't been at the house for a while. He was kicked out, removed, and me and my brother were in separate rooms. We had pretty much been ready for school. I was eating my breakfast and I was watching TV. We had these like little plastic tables in our rooms, and I was watching TV and I heard arguing. Initially, I thought it was the TV, and then I was like, no, that's not the TV. So my room, it was my room, and then it had a bathroom and then a spare room, and so they all connected to each other. Like through the bathroom was almost like a little like pathway. And so I heard, the fighting and the yelling, and it escalated. So when I was little, I would go through there to like sneak around, and I opened the spare room door, and in front of the spare room door was the dining room, and in front of the dining room there was a glass door, like a sliding glass door. So I opened the door to the spare room, and I stood there, and I saw my father, and he wasn't supposed to be there, and my mom and my father were fighting, and my mom went to leave the argument, leave the porch. They were out on the porch, and he pulled her by the arm, and he pulled her into her lap onto one of the porch chairs, and he held her there, and then she was like, we can work things out, we'll figure this out, it'll be different. And he was like, no, there's no next time, there's no figuring it out. And he pushed her onto the ground. And he started kicking her in the stomach and in the back. And then he took his other foot and he put it on the side of her face. And she was screaming, and he was like saying there's not going to be another time, and that he was going to kill her at this time. And I heard my mom screaming for help, obviously, and then he put his foot on the side of her face and pushed it into the ground, and I didn't hear her anymore. And sorry. And so I went to my mom's room, and I went at her end table, and I grabbed her gun, and I went back out, and I went to the door. The door was already open, and he had my mom on the ground still holding her to the ground, still kicking her, and I shot him, and nothing happened. He didn't fall. Nothing happened. And then Jeremy.
Let me stop you a little bit, Isabel. Okay, you say nothing happened. Was he standing or sitting?
He was sitting in the chair.
He was sitting in the chair?
He was sitting in the chair.
His foot on your mom's head?
Right.
You shot him. Do you know exactly where you shot him? Or,
I'm not exactly sure. No.
okay. Did you shoot him from the rear region? Or where do you think you shot him?
I was aiming towards his head, but I'm not sure where the bullet went.
Okay. And what happened after you fired the gun?
He was just sitting there. I mean, he wasn't moving. Nothing happened. There was no blood. There was no nothing. And then,
Let me stop you there. Okay? Let me interject here and there if I may.
Okay.
did you feel when you fired that shot that had to be done or he would have killed your mother?
Yes.
Firm on that?
I'm firm on that.
Was he using that type of force in your mind?
Yes.
It was necessary?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. What happened after you shot him? Or you believe you shot him?
Afterwards, Jeremy came, and
How long?
it was right after it happened. Like, I hadn't even had a chance to walk away, move, nothing yet. And, he came in, and he took the gun from me, and then he shot him again. And that's when he fell to the ground. And, my mom had crawled away. He fell to the ground. Jeremy shot him. He told my mom to take us out of the house, take us to school, and that we needed to leave. We're not to tell anybody. We can't tell nobody. We can't call the cops. We can't say anything. Or else he was going to do the same thing to me and my brother. And he was going to, hurt us too. So we went to school.
Okay. So you leave the residence, you go to school. When you get to school, what happens?
We get to school. Nothing really happened at school. I would say I was most definitely in shock. But at the same time, it was like, because those types of events happen often, I was very used to, the violence and seeing things like that. And so I was still able to, perform normally at school. And just kind of, not go about my day, be at school.
What time did you get out of school?
I was in elementary school, so I think around 3.
Okay. When you came home, was Jay there?
Yes, he was. He was fixing the front door.
Okay. Was there any evidence of your father in the residence?
No.
Did Jeremy make any mention about he'd take care of this or anything like that?
Yeah, when he had told my mom to take us out of the house, and, he told us, not to tell anybody, he said that he would take care of it.
Okay. So let's get off that subject. There was a period of time, I understand, where y'all were intending to build a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about the duck pond and what the plan was there.
So we had a bird farm. We had a bunch of different birds, and we needed a place for the ducks. So we built this big whole pond shaped thing, kind of like an artificial pond. And I remember me and my brother, we got these little red plastic shovels, and we were gonna dig the hole, make the pond, and that was the intended use for it.
Did you guys finish it or?
No.
Put any ducks in it, or what happened?
No, we never ended up finishing it. We ended up later on turning it into a fireplace.
Okay. Had there been previous discussions you were going to put a fireplace when you abandoned the duck pond?
Yeah, once we decided we weren't going to do the duck pond, we were thinking about either doing a fireplace or a pool.
After this happened at the house, what happened to Mom and Jeremy?
They broke up. That the last time that that they were really together, I guess, was the day my dad died. They broke up, so obviously they stopped seeing each other. but he would come, like, I remember one time we were at a light, like a stoplight, and he, like, pull up next to our car. This happened on multiple occasions, and he would, like, scream at us from his car, like, tell us to roll our window down. I remember we were going to this Publix, and he would follow us through the store to try and, like, talk to us, and then we switched Publix to a different Publix. He came to that one, too. I remember he came to us in Walmart one time. He was driving by our house, trying to, talk to us, talk to my mom.
When was the last time you drove by the residence, you think, Isabel?
Sorry?
When was the last time that Jeremy drove by the residence that you can recall?
At our old house, it was quite a while ago, but we've moved since then, and he has driven by the house we're living at now.
When was the last time, you think? How many months ago?
It wasn't too long ago, probably less than a year ago.
Okay. Isabel, this item is not here right at the present time, but did you have on the property a blue tarp? And by that I mean the type of tarp you see sometimes put over roofs if there's a leak or to cover a boat or an item.
No.
Okay. Did you have, sometimes you see on boats or other items straps to hold it down? Did y'all have any of those on the property?
No.
Frank Merritt. You recall Frank Merritt?
No.
You ever go to a tractor show?
Yes, yeah.
Was there a man, Frank Merritt, present that you recall?
Yeah, we did go. I mean, if that's Frank Merritt, then yes.
Okay. Do you recall leaving the tractor show early or anything like that?
Yes, I was really, really sick that day, and it was really, really hot. I'm really sensitive to the heat, and I have.
Let me interrupt you there. Do you have any health issues?
Yeah, I have like autoimmune issues.
Okay. Any arthritis or other issues?
I mean, we're still trying to I think it's arthritis. We're still trying to figure out what it is. They just have diagnosed me with hypermobility for now.
Robert Marcato.
Yes.
Did you ever observe Mr. Marcato coming to the house to remove your father because of an injunction or any reason?
Yes.
During that event, did you see your mom waving a gun at him or anything like that?
No.
Scott Amatuccio. How often would Mr. Amatuccio come to the residence?
He wouldn't come over that often because he did live far.
Okay. Wilma Nichols. Do you know a Wilma Nichols?
Our neighbor.
Okay. Did Miss Nichols come by and socialize with y'all at all?
No. We've hung out with her probably once when we first moved there.
Isabel, I'd started this with a discussion about your mom being arrested. Do you feel that it's imperative that you step up and tell this jury what happened?
I do think it's important that, I say what happened, yes.
And everything that you've testified before this jury, is it true and is it accurate?
Yes.
No embellishments?
No.
Nobody pressured you?
No.
And you've had your own advice of counsel, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, State?
Sir, may I please court?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shaver, you need a minute?
No, I'm okay.
You said your birthday's coming up?
Yes.
Okay. And you're about to turn 16?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to pick on you, but these microphones and the recordings are recording everything. Sometimes it's hard to understand mm-hms and uh-huhs and things like that. So as
Okay.
much as possible, try to remember to say yes and no.
Okay.
And if you say it, because we all do, I'll probably correct you, and it's just to make sure the record's clear, okay? All right. Now, the events that we are talking about obviously are some much longer ago, correct?
Correct.
All right, we're talking about stuff that happened in 2015, 2016, correct?
Right.
And some of this stuff that you've talked about is even older than that.
Right.
And so when we are talking about time frames in November of 2015, how old would you have been then?
2015. I'm be 16. So I would have been. I'm awful at math. Oh my gosh.
6 and 7 years old, sounds
Yeah.
about right? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
And there's obviously been a long passage of time since that.
Mm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Now, it's fair to say that you don't want anything bad to happen to your mom, correct?
Correct.
You said you were very close to your mom. She's like your best friend.
Yes.
And that you definitely want your family to stay together.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Correct.
Yes? Okay. I want to talk to you before we start talking about the event that led to your mother's arrest. I want to talk to you about some of the other stuff that you had mentioned. At one point, you said that your dad would drug your mom to put her to sleep. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. And during the course of this case, you've actually been talked to by law enforcement, by the Children's Advocacy Center, and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And that interview with law enforcement would have been at the time of your mother's arrest in 2020.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And then you went to the Child Advocacy Center and were asked questions about things that were going on a few months after that, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And then the deposition where I asked you questions about this was in this calendar year, 2024.
Yes.
And there are going to be some times that I'm going to go ahead and refer to those various statements, and I've got the transcripts of them so you can review them if it helps refresh your memory, all right?
All right.
Have you reviewed any of those?
Yes.
And previously when you talked about the allegations about your dad, quote, drugging your mom, you were 5 years old at that point, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And what you described is you would see him put some sort of powder in a drink and give it to her.
Yes.
Okay. But when asked what he put in the drink, you didn't know, correct? All right. And you didn't know what it was.
I don't.
You don't know where he would get it.
No.
And quite frankly, you have no idea what he was putting in that drink.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't know where it is or where it came from.
I don't.
All right. Now, the morning that your father was killed, you are saying that he was not living at the house at the time, correct?
Correct.
Saying, and previously you had stated that the last time he had lived at home was before you were in second grade. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
I would say first, second grade-ish.
Okay, so you hadn't lived at home at all since you were in first or second grade.
Yeah.
All right. And you were in third grade during the 2015-2016 calendar year, correct?
I think so.
Do you need to to think about it a little bit, or are you good with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what grade I was in. I did 2 grades over the summer, so it kind of makes it a little.
Okay. Now, if your school records indicated you were in 3rd grade in the school year of 2015, 2016, you would be.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah.
So 2nd grade would be the 2014, 2015 calendar year.
Okay.
Is that
correct?
All right. So you're saying that he had not lived with you since before August or September of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And the event that we're here to talk about, you don't know what grade you were in when that happened, right?
I don't.
Okay. You don't know who your teacher was when this happened, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what month this happened in, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what year this happened in, correct?
Yes.
You can't think of any holidays that this event was near, correct?
Not necessarily holidays, but like birthdays. I know it was. I'm pretty sure it was after my brother's birthday. I would say probably spring, summer-ish.
Okay. And previously you had said you thought it was spring or summer because you had recently been to the beach.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's in keeping with your brother's birthday?
Yes, his birthday's April 1st.
And when you say spring or summer, what do you mean by that?
Like, I mean, anywhere between spring or summer. I mean, that was so long ago.
I understand. Let me try to ask a better question. I may think spring starts in March.
Mm-hmm.
You may think spring starts in May. So when you say spring, what months are we talking about here when you're saying spring or summer?
Probably starting in like April, May.
Okay.
I feel like that's when like the school year ends is like May, so like that'd be almost summer.
Okay. And when would summer end to you?
August, September.
So this event that led to you getting a gun, shooting at your father, having him eventually killed in front of you, and then being threatened, having your life threatened. The best you can come up with as far as when this happened is sometime in some year between April and August.
Yes.
The day that this happened, the events that you have described all happened in between the time frame that you woke up and went to school that day, correct?
Correct.
And that would be from 7 o'clock in the morning till about 8 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yeah.
And what you are saying happened is your father showed up unannounced sometime in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
You're saying that he hadn't lived there since 2004, since about August of 2014. When was the last time that you had seen him prior to him showing up and having this confrontation with your mother?
Last time I saw him, I don't remember the exact day or anything. I mean, I remember like certain memories because they weren't good days. Like they, had bad events happen on those days. Because, I mean, like I said, this was so long ago, so I don't remember just like, days. I just remember like those bad events that took place. Okay.
But in relation to the time that you saw your father killed in front of you, how long had it been since the last time you had seen your father?
I would probably say a few months.
And you do not remember how he was dressed?
I believe he's wearing a pair of shorts.
Okay. Do you remember previously, when I asked you that question in a deposition, saying something different? Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you your transcript?
Yes.
Showing you your deposition, page 37. And line 9.
I said I don't remember, yeah.
Okay.
And I also just said that I'm not sure, but I think it was shorts.
I understand. I just want to make sure when I asked you these questions previously this year, you didn't remember them.
Right.
Okay. And there's obviously pictures of his dead body wearing shorts. Did you review that before your testimony changed?
No.
Okay. Now, so he shows up. You haven't seen him in a long time. An argument starts out on the back porch between your mother and father, correct?
Correct.
You went out and saw them arguing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. And I believe the way you described it is, and if I have the time frame that this happened, please correct me, but he was sitting in a chair and his foot was on your mother's head, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you described how he was, it's going to be difficult, kicking her with his other foot, correct?
Yeah, it started out with him kicking her in the stomach, in the back. Then she was screaming, so then he put his other foot on her head to stop her from screaming, pushing her head into the ground, basically like suffocating her, choking her. And he continued to kick, but obviously because he's using his other foot now, it wasn't as strong of a kick.
But he's, as you described it, he's sitting here with one foot not on her neck, on the side of her head, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
Kicking her in the back and kicking her in the stomach, correct?
Yes.
You go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
You had a phone, or I believe you described it as an emergency device that you could call 911 in the house, correct?
Correct.
All right. You did not call 911, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated you were never taught how to call 911, correct?
Correct, but that's not the reason why we didn't call 911.
Okay. You go into your mother's room, correct?
Correct.
And you go to her end table,
Yes, correct.
and you get her pink and black gun.
Correct.
Showing you what's been previously entered into evidence as states 26. You recognize this firearm?
That's not the gun.
Okay, so she had a different pink and black gun?
Yes.
How many pink and black guns did she have?
I mean, I'm assuming 2? I'm not sure. We had a lot of guns in the house.
Okay. So you grabbed some other. How do you know that's not the white one then?
Because the one that I used was not entirely, it was black, and then the handle was pink.
Okay. So you grabbed her other pink and black gun,
Yes.
and then you go back outside.
Yes.
And at that point, your father is still sitting in that chair,
Yes.
his foot on her head.
Yes.
Is he still kicking her?
No.
Okay. What's he doing?
I mean, he's just kind of yelling at her, like holding her to the ground with his foot. And he's saying, like, you know, he's going to kill her. It's the last time. Like, they're not working it out because,
Right.
yeah.
Is she on her side, on her stomach?
She's on her side. She's facing, so her stomach would be facing towards him.
Okay. And what was she doing?
Being held to the ground.
Was she struggling?
Yes. She was trying to call for help and scream, and then he pinned her to the ground with his foot.
With his foot on the side of her head?
Yes.
Could not get, she couldn't get out?
No.
So you take your mom's other pink and black gun, and from about 5 to 10 feet away, you shoot him.
Correct.
And you shoot him in the back of the head.
I think so, yes.
Okay. Do you ever remember saying that you shot him in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. So previously, before today, you definitively said, I shot him in the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
But that's changed now.
I mean, no, not necessarily. Like, I shot him in the back of the head. I don't know where the bullet went, but that's where I was aiming. That's where I'm pretty sure it hit.
Okay. You hit him.
Yes, I think. Yes.
Okay. And when you hit him, today you said he just sat there, correct?
Yeah, he sat there and he's like shaked.
Okay. I want to make sure that was clear because you didn't say that on direct. He was almost like seizing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. He didn't get up, he didn't move, he didn't try to run.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so clearly you hit him.
Yeah.
All right. And then, pretty much simultaneously to you shooting your dad in the back of the head, you're saying Jeremy just happened to show up.
Like I said, he came there every single morning before school. This was right before school. We already had our clothes on. We were in the middle of eating. Like, we were about to leave for school. Like, he was there. He came before school.
He would come to your house every day before school so that your mom could then take you to school?
I mean, he would come with us. They would hang out. His son went to school there.
Okay. Now, after he arrives, while your dad is shaking and as you described, basically seizing in the chair, at this point, the amount of pressure he's putting on your mom's head has released. Is she able to get up?
She crawls away. She doesn't stand up immediately.
Okay. But you're saying Mr. Townsend came over and took your mom's other pink and black gun from you.
The same one I had, yes.
Yep. And shot him again.
Yes.
Where?
In the head.
Okay. And at that point, he turns around and threatens you and your brother that he's going to kill you as well.
Not immediately after. He has the gun in his hand. He helps my mom up, and he tells us that my mom to take us to school. We need to leave the house. And so, I mean, that's when he lets us know, like, no calling the cops. Like, I will do the same thing to you that I did to your father, basically. Saying he will hurt us, he will come after us, he will kill us if we say anything.
You're the one that shot him in the head.
Yes, first.
Okay. And so your mom actually went ahead and took you to school after this?
Yes.
Okay. Dropped you off like nothing was wrong.
I mean, I asked us to go to school. We were in the car, and she asked if we wanted to go to school, if we were comfortable, and I said yes.
Okay. And you said that you didn't talk to anybody at the school about anything, or you didn't react at all at the school about anything because, as you said, this was normal.
No, I mean, I said that I was in shock, but I did not mention this to anybody as I was just threatened not to mention it to anybody. No, it wasn't normal to see somebody die, but having these type of experiences where there's a lot of violence in the house, there's a lot of, trauma and fear, that was normal to experience that and then go to school afterwards.
But what she said on direct was you were able to go to school and function just fine.
Yes.
This was normal.
Yes.
No one had ever been taken to the hospital before in any sort of incident between you and your mom, correct?
Correct.
No one had ever been seriously injured in any incident before where they required medical attention, correct?
Correct.
And certainly nobody ever died before, correct? Now, today you said when you returned from school, Jeremy Townsend was still at your residence.
He was fixing the front door.
And do you remember previously during your deposition saying that after this happened and you went to school, you never saw Jay back at the house again? Do you remember saying that?
Yes, after that day, yes.
What I'm saying is after you went to school, you never saw Jeremy back at the house again. Today you're saying when you got back from school, he was there.
Yes, he was. He was
what
there.
I'm asking is, do you remember saying something?
I do remember saying that.
Okay. You described Jeremy as coming over and spending the night at the house, not every day, but quite a few days out of the week. That was normal, correct?
Correct.
When you got back from school that day, you did not notice any changes to the property, correct?
Correct.
You did have a huge hole in the backyard, as you described, which was going to be a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Had that been filled in?
I don't know. No, it wasn't.
Okay. And that was the area that was eventually turned into the cement slab, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
All right.
sorry.
That's okay. Since you sat there, shot your father in the back of the head, and were threatened by Mr. Townsend with your life, you have only once been taken to any sort of counselor or any sort of therapy, correct?
That is correct.
And that was actually sometime this year, close in time to your death.
Actually,
correct?
no, that's not correct. I think I went when I was little. Me and my brother went. I think it was at a church. I'm not entirely sure if it's classified as counseling or therapy, but it was pretty much.
Let me ask this. Did your mom ever take you to see a counselor to deal with any of the trauma that you, first of all, witnessed right in front of you, but also participated in by shooting your father?
I mean, yes, I did go to counseling.
When?
I think it was probably in this past year, maybe a little bit longer ago, but yeah.
And that was one time?
Yes.
Okay. And that was this year?
I don't know if it was this year. I think it was the year before.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
When you shot your dad, that was back in an unknown year, sometime between April and August, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
Yes? Okay. And there was probably at least 5 years, if not more, because this case has been pending for 4 years, between any counseling that your mom brought you to, correct?
Yes, correct. And the counseling that I went to, it was literally like only one time. Like it was
Right.
literally only for an evaluation, like
Very
nothing
little.
more. Yeah.
Okay. We previously spoke about the different times you've talked about this event, either with law enforcement, the Child Advocacy Center, or during the deposition that I asked you questions. I'm going to ask you some things about how your story's changed over that period of time, okay? And when your mom was arrested, you spoke with Detective Tammy Dale at your home, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said the last time you saw your dad, he worked at an airport, correct?
I think so. Maybe, yeah.
And you said, and this was in 2020, the last time you saw him was a few years ago?
Yeah.
All right.
But 2020 was also 4 years ago, which was a lot closer to the last time I had seen him.
Right. So your memory would be better then.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, she asked you, do you know what happened to him? And you said, I have no clue, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also said, I don't know, he just left, correct?
Correct.
And the detective asked you if you ever asked your mom where he was. Do you remember that?
I guess.
And your mom told you she doesn't know because he doesn't talk to us, correct?
Correct.
And you also went to the Child Advocacy Center to be interviewed that same year. That would have been December of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, when you were interviewed, you stated the last time you remembered seeing him was when he was arrested in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And they asked if he came back to the house after that. You said, I don't know, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those pictures that you looked at, when were they?
The ones that Jeff showed, Mr. Wicks showed me?
Yeah.
You
refer to him by his first name?
I do sometimes, yeah, on
Okay.
accident. It's not on purpose. It's not to be like disrespectful or anything.
Okay. But you clearly talked to him a few times.
I talked to him a few years ago, and I didn't tell him the full story. It was kind of just me saying a little bit about my side, and that's when I got my attorney, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, I sidetracked you there. Do you remember when those photos that he showed you were?
I don't remember necessarily when they were.
Okay.
Like the time period or anything.
Okay.
It was.
Did you see how they happened?
I believe those ones. I don't know exactly what event that one was from.
Okay.
Because, like I said, there was a lot of events like that, and they all, not all, but most of them ended in like kind of the same, like physically like harm. You know what I mean? So I don't know which one that one belonged to.
And we're talking about physical harm. We're talking about bruises on the arm, correct?
Bruising, blood, yeah.
Okay. But the blood that you said you saw in the pictures was your dad's blood?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And when at the CAC interview, when they asked you, you had already said that the last time you remembered seeing him when he was arrested in 2014, and then asked if he ever came back to the house after that, you said, I don't know, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And then specifically you were asked, so you did not see anything that happened that would have made you have an idea of what happened to him, and you said no, correct?
Correct.
One moment. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
Yeah, just briefly,
Yes,
Judge.
sir.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Judge Isabel, there's been a discussion about the guns and multiple guns at the house.
Correct, yeah.
Tell us about the atmosphere and the amount of guns that y'all had in the household.
So we talked about my mom's guns.
Go slow, but the jury can understand you, okay?
We also had, in the living room, we had this really big mirror, like huge. And it was on the wall. It was like latched onto the wall by like these, so like it could like flip up like this. And so behind it was, I want to say like a hole, but it wasn't really a hole. It was kind of like this really deep like divot in the wall. And there was like a rack, and then he stored his guns there. So you could, like the wall, and then the mirror lifted up, and there was like guns on the wall.
Okay. So there were numerous guns within the residence. Is that fair to say?
Yes, for
Okay.
sure.
The question is, as the juries may wonder, how did you learn to fire a handgun?
My dad, he was obviously very interested in guns. So he did hunting a lot. We had 5 acres of land, so we had a lot of space to shoot the guns. And so he always taught us like gun safety or whatever, and would take us outside to shoot the guns.
Was that a routine thing?
Yeah, we did it quite often.
Okay. So did you have any trouble or difficulty in pulling the hammer or on the gun?
I mean, it was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands.
Pardon me?
It was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands to pull the trigger back.
Okay. On that part, Judge, I'll end. Mr. Cabuccio may have some questions.
All right, thank you. State?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May the witness...
Doesn't matter. She may stand down.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
And if we can approach.
Yes, sir. the jury, we're going to take a brief comfort break at this time. Thank you. All right, you may be seated. Ms. Shaver, Filmer, at this time, do you wish to testify?
Can I get a few minutes to speak with my counsel?
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Can I have a comfort break while that's occurring?
Sir?
Can I just have a comfort break?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. right, the parties are present in the courtroom. And Mr. Wiggs, at this time, does your client wish to testify?
Yes, she does, Judge.
Okay. Is there anything further before we bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. The testimony of Ms. Shaver, as it relates to any sort of other acts by her deceased husband, needs to be limited to things that Isabel had knowledge about and was aware of. The only thing that matters as it relates to these prior acts go to what was reasonable for the person acting in defense of others at that time. So Ms. Shaver, the defendant, is unable to come up and just testify about all sorts of other things Mr. Shaver may have done to her over the course of their relationship, due to the fact that if Isabel Shaver did not observe it, and we've heard what her testimony is at this point, it's not relevant to the state of mind of the person acting in defense of others. So the state would move in limine to make sure that any sort of testimony of any acts by Michael Shaver upon Laurie Shaver be confined to the things that have already been testified to about which the person who shot had knowledge of about, which at this point is pretty much limited to the 2014 incident and general discussions of just fighting, and there's been very, very limited discussions of physical abuse. There have been allegations referred to in other documents of being locked in closets and sexual battery and things of that nature, and as there's no testimony from the person who shot as to knowledge about any of those things and why they acted in defense of others, any testimony about that would be irrelevant.
Judge, this child just testified that she saw repeated acts that impacted her mentally. Now, I know the court has directed we not go into details on events, but I think it's appropriate to talk about circumstances of events that may have impacted the child without still going into details. The child testified it was a monthly issue all the time, stress, batteries, events like that. I think that's appropriate to touch on, but not go into specific details. And that, I think, is your order.
I'll allow it to that extent.
Yes,
Okay.
and I would just say, I don't oppose counsel interjecting or even the court interjecting if you feel it's getting a little outside of where you want it to be.
All right, anything further?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's call the jurors. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned after our comfort break. Please proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
The defense would call Laurie Shaver.
Ms. Shaver, please have a seat at the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Laurie Filmer, Lauriefilmer.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Filmer, would you state your name for the record, please?
Laurie Filmer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
Big day in your life, isn't it? Big week. Been several years, hasn't it, Miss Filmer? Tell me when you're ready, okay? Would you tell the jury who you are and how you met Michael Shaver?
I met Michael, we started dating in 7th grade. We lived in a very small town in Lawrence, New York. Our school was K through 12, 500 kids. Our graduating class was like 14, 18 kids. We went to kindergarten together. I met Michael in tech class, when they actually did tech class, in 7th grade.
We reached a period of time where y'all elected to get married, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
May of 2016.
Okay. And at some point in time, y'all ended up migrating to the state of Florida.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when that was?
I graduated in 2001. Went to college. So Mike was a dropout. He got his GED. He wanted to become a pilot. Didn't have much funding for that. My parents paid for it. I went to school for business administration and focus in health service administration. So I was very socially awkward. Wasn't a popular kid in school.
Okay.
My brother, one of my oldest brothers, I'm the youngest of 5. One of my brothers got meningitis at 7 weeks. And he was severely mentally retarded. He got picked on a lot. So growing up in a small town, that was not like acceptable way back then. And I spent all my time in the handicapped classroom. And that was like not popular. I was an outcast. He used to get beat up on the bus, and I would stick up for him. I met Mike had gone to school with him, but in 7th grade, in tech class, we became friends. He was an awkward kid as well, because he was kind of like a troublemaker at that time. And I didn't have anybody, he didn't have anybody. We kind of clung together at that point.
Okay. So there's some period of time went by, y'all got married, ended up down here, correct?
Yes.
Mike wanted to be a pilot, couldn't do that, or what?
No, he did. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Did he?
Eventually did.
Okay. Did he fly commercial, or was it a hobby?
Nope. He, my parents helped him get his personal private pilot's license. He wanted to go on and get his professional pilot license. My parents told him that if he was going to date me, he was going to get his GED and they would help him. He looked to his family to get assistance with that. He was denied. So it took some time. It took a lot of time, but eventually he made his way. He started flying for Pan Am Flight Academy, which is the lower division of U.S. Airways out of New York City.
Okay.
Yep, he was doing good.
So eventually you end up down here,
Mm-hmm.
and Mike transgresses into another occupation. How did that happen?
Well, we first moved, so I worked for MetLife Disability. I worked for them for 15 years. Of corporate. I worked for them in office for 4 years. When Mike finally succeeded in everything, we were able to move. We moved to Florida, Fort Pierce, Florida, when I was 7 weeks pregnant with Isabel.
Okay.
We were there for about a year. We moved back to New York. We got hit with our first hurricane ever. It was kind of like a scary thing. We were top tier of an apartment building. A tree came in. We didn't know what to do. We packed up our stuff. We were back in New York 3 days later.
Okay.
Then after that, we were there for about a year. I was still working for MetLife, but at that time, work from home was kind of becoming popular, and I was able to, again, move my work to Florida, and we moved to Orlando, right next to the airport, and I was working from home, had Isabel, and he was commuting from Orlando to New York City on a weekly basis. He was gone for weeks at a time.
Okay. What happened next in y'all's life?
There was a lot. We just had each other. I don't know how else to explain it. We just had each other. I was a single mom in a new place with no family, no friends. He was a pilot. He was gone all the time. There was no support from either family.
Now we heard from family in this case of Mike's come in and they said, well, we haven't heard from him for this period of time or that period of time. Was he close with his family at all?
No.
Do you ever visit him?
Stacy? Yes.
Did any of them ever visit your residence?
Never. They didn't even come to the wedding.
Okay.
But when we were growing up through high school, we would go to Stacy's all the time. Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays. I knew Desiree. I knew Danny. And you know that. And every time we would go over there and meet, you and Mike used to always get together and talk about how your dad evaded the whole family.
Okay. What was the next step in y'all's marriage?
So from there, there was a lot of issues. A lot of issues. He was away, gone for over a week. I packed up Isabel, and we had flight privileges. We could fly for free. I packed her up, and when he was gone, took her to New York, where my family was, thinking I could get away, get support, file for a divorce. Everything was good. Rented a house. Everything was good. I was back working at MetLife in the office. My sister works there. She's actually the operations manager now. She's a nurse. She started her way down low. She was actually the one that got me the job, told me that they were doing this mass hiring. And now she's the operations manager of MetLife in Oriskany. So I packed Isabel up. She was just a little over a year old. We went there. And,
Where was Mike?
well, he was off on a business trip. But we had, back then you used to have flying privileges. You could just, you were just on standby. As long as you could just get on the plane, you could fly anywhere you wanted to for free back then. So that's what I did. I got away. My sister was helping me. We got a house. We rented a house. Everything was all right, this is going to work. I was seeking an attorney in New York, filing for divorce. My mom, I joined a gym, and I went to a spinning class one day. I came home that night. My mom was watching Isabel, who was a baby. I went into the shower. When I came out, my mom was not there.
Okay.
I was greeted by a punch in the face.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Okay. Let's limit it
Okay.
without physical
Okay.
description.
I was greeted by Michael.
Okay.
3 weeks later,
All right.
I was out of work for 3 weeks. And we were all back in Florida 3 weeks after that. And I was again working from home without my family, without any support. And we were living in Davenport, Florida at that time, Champions Gate area.
Let's transgress into the family environment. Did it ever develop, Laurie, into an atmosphere where there was tension, so to speak?
There was always tension.
Let's talk about the nature of the tension.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to see pictures.
I'm showing you a composite of images. I want you to look through those. Boy, that's number 2. Does it bring back any memories?
I have the memories. I don't need to look at pictures.
Now, without articulating the specific facts of those events,
Did you suffer any injuries at the hands of Michael Shaver?
showing you defense 3 identification. Who is that?
Who's in that photo?
Michael.
Whose blood is on that shirt? Michael Shaver.
Michael's.
Was that a consequence of an altercation between you and Michael Shaver?
Yes.
When these incidents occurred, would these occur around the family
Yes.
and the occupants of that family?
Sometimes.
Pardon me?
Sometimes. Most of the time. I mean, he didn't hide it.
Let's talk about your relationship with Isabel. What was your relationship like with Isabel?
Like when she was younger or now?
Well, when y'all were younger, did Isabel ever develop a feeling or a need to protect you?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Did she demonstrate? Did she demonstrate?
Isabel grew up really fast. She had to take care of Aiden when I was not able to.
As a consequence of these events?
Yes. And even to this day, she still, I am not the person to, if you come at me with something, I don't have a comeback. I will shut down and I will just retreat. She's not that person. She will get right in front of me, whether we're at the gas station or grocery shopping. There used to be a time period where I could not even go into a grocery store by myself.
were there events wherein you were not free to leave the residence?
Yes.
Would anybody control your freedom of movement?
Yes. My obviously I've gained weight over the years, but my eating was controlled. I had anorexia and bulimia. I probably the way this now what I did with all 4 of my kids, but I literally reached for an Oreo one time and was thrown off the couch.
Now, at some point in time, Michael took a job at Disney, correct? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact time. When we had moved back from New York to Florida, that's kind of when the whole Disney thing came about, because he didn't want to leave me alone. And I mean, from my presumption, it was because he wanted to be around and, you know, make sure that nothing was going to happen.
Okay.
Or I wasn't going to leave.
Was there any attempts to leave Michael?
Probably about 8.
Okay. One moment.
Judge, I'm gonna ask my clerk.
Can I see this document, please?
All right, sidebar, please. Come on up. We're not marking it. You just, your witness is just viewing it. Okay, thank you.
I'm showing you 3 documents. Do those pertain to Laurie Shaver, our filmer? those documents refer to Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Do these documents pertain to any acts of violence pertaining to Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Do these documents pertain to injunctions for protection filed on your behalf against Michael Shaver?
Yes. And there was an additional one filed by the state.
Were those filed on your behalf as a consequence of violence and a feeling of a need for protection?
Those three?
Yes. Was Michael at points in times directed to reside outside of the residence
Yes, he was.
by the courts?
Yes.
Okay. For the need for your protection?
Yes.
And were those injunctions issued as a consequence of violence? We've heard a lot of witnesses that have taken the stand in this case, correct? We heard from a Mr. Amatuccio, correct? He represented, if I'm not correct, that he was Mike's best friend.
He was not.
Pardon me?
He was not as an adult.
Sidebar, please.
I believe Mr. Amatuccio took the stand and testified to this jury that he was Michael's best friend. Was Mr. Amatuccio at the house very often?
No,
Pardon me?
no, he was not. Not after we all got married and had kids.
Mr. Merritt took the stand as well, correct?
Correct.
And was it Mr. Merritt that declared he had gone to the truck show with y'all?
Tractor show.
Tractor show? Okay. Did Mr. Merritt spend time at the residence with y'all?
Not very often. I've probably seen him twice before that.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about your mood or something out at the tractor show, correct? Were there any issues going on at the tractor show that the jury needs to know?
Not prior. It was happening at the tractor show.
What was happening?
Isabel was not feeling well. She was getting sick to her stomach. She was getting dizzy. She was getting hot. She's not able to her body does not tolerate heat or cold. Like, she becomes very flushed and sick, and I wanted to leave because she was feeling sick, and we were walking a very long time. I mean, hours.
Okay.
And there was no stroller, nothing. I just wanted to leave for her. He did not want to leave. I guess the whole point was for us to go there to maybe get a mutual relationship with Frank and Rita. But she was sick. And then I was, as a mom, I just wanted to leave because she was sick. And he didn't want to leave. I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay.
there was testimony about contacts with you, and you represented that Michael, you believed he had left or gone to a certain location, correct?
At what time period?
There was a witness that testified that you had reported that he had gone to Georgia or New York or somewhere.
I had received a message from Stacy stating
Who's
that
Stacy? Who's Stacy?
his sister.
Okay.
She had contacted me saying that she hadn't heard from Michael. And I told her I did not either. And she said, well, his mom is sick. So, if you hear from him, or you can let, I said, if I hear from him, or I will let one of his friends know that his mom is sick so that they can relay the message. Frank Merritt came by. I told him that his mom was sick. So if he's seen him, to let him know. Frank Merritt was not close with us. So I never told him that he went to Georgia. I said he went to go see his mom. Here is the misconception. His mom, Sharon Shaver, the one that was sick, lives in New York. Frank Merritt did not know the family well enough at that time. He automatically assumed, in my mind, that he went to Georgia to see his stepmom, Sharon Shaver.
I see. Okay.
I never made the statement he went to Georgia. I said he possibly could have went to go see his sick mom.
We also heard other witnesses testify, correct? There was testimony about a sale of guns, correct? Now, my understanding, y'all had a relatively large cache of guns around the house. Is that correct? Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mike collecting guns? What was his?
He had a hobby of building them.
I see. Okay. So Mike would build guns, sell them out on the market somewhere?
For his friends, or no, he built them and would just keep them, collect them.
Okay. And with regards to the guns, we heard Isabel testify that Mike had dealt with the guns and been training the kids how to fire guns.
Yeah. They knew gun safety.
Okay. Did he practice this with them?
Yes, he did.
Did Isabel know how to fire a gun?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody did. We had the 5 acres. There was target. We taught we used to go to the gun range as well, but we taught them how to various guns, check to see if they were loaded, unloaded, how to fire, and he would have them walk around the house after they checked to see if they were unloaded or whatnot. Walk around the house with them pointing down, teaching them not to point at anybody. Even with Nerf guns, they were not allowed to point them at people, things like that.
Okay. There came a period of time, because of these injunctions that were filed, that Michael was out of the house, correct?
Yes.
And there came a period of time you started dating other people, correct? It was it Mr. Bray? Who was it that?
Alan?
Pardon me? Ballou, wasn't it? Yeah. You dated Mr. Ballou. Was he married or single?
Yep.
Okay. Did y'all date long?
No.
Okay. Did he have any issues with Michael?
Yes.
Then at some point in time, you met Jeremy Townsend, correct? Tell us how you met Jeremy, where you met Jeremy.
I met Jeremy at the school.
At the school?
Yeah, not at the park.
Okay.
He had an opal color truck. I had a white truck. there was 2 lanes coming out, and we were both there at the same time. Towards the end of August, and he rolled down the passenger window and handed me a sticky note, and I grabbed it, and it said, "I know what you're going through. I can help you. Call me." And he gave me his number.
Why would he suggest that?
I had marks on my face.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you call Mr. Townsend?
I did. I went to, what is it, the racetrack right there at the end of 33, and I called him.
Okay. Now, Mr. Townsend testified that this was kind of an informal relationship. He characterized it as of one of friends with benefits, correct?
He did.
Okay. Did Mr. Townsend lead you to believe that he was single?
Yes.
Okay. There's digital data that's been introduced of text, I believe. Does some of that contradict his statement here in court?
Well, that's why I asked him, why did you lie to me?
Pardon me?
That's why I asked him in those texts that were introduced today, why did you lie to me?
Why is that?
Because he was separated from his wife. And then I found out that he was now back together with her. So I said, why did you lie to me? Why all of a sudden are you wearing your wedding ring again? Yes.
I see. Now, did Jeremy come by the house often?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Morning, night, what times?
He would come by in the mornings. Well, initially we would meet at the school. He would drop his son off. I would, like when our relationship first started, and I would have Isabella and Aiden, and we'd show up early and we'd sit in the school car line, and he'd come back to the truck where I had my kids, and we'd all just converse in the morning while we sat there and waited until school started. Sometimes Vanessa would come out and get Trent out of his truck early and take him in because she was a teacher there. And then he would leave, go off to work. He worked in, he did landscaping. He had a partnership landscaping business. And I worked from home. So from there, probably in December, because prior to that I did Beachbody from home. I was doing Beachbody sales from home. Social anxiety. I had never, ever, ever, ever been to a gym before. He was going to Gold's Gym, which I don't remember what Austin said it's called now. But anyways, it was the Gold's Gym where he was a member of. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But I don't know how to use anything. I'm not going to go in and do it because I only worked out from home through, like, videos. So he goes, no, I know somebody there. It was a female because I wasn't comfortable with males. And he set me up with Rebecca Filmer, a personal trainer. That's how I met Austin and Becca. Becca and I became really close. We would go out dancing on Fridays. Like, my social life just kind of expanded from there. I started to see that there was a life outside of my home. I mean, little as it was, but it was still nice.
Now, did you ever confide in Jay about your situation with Mike?
Yes. So that all happened at the beginning. Obviously, he had seen that I had marks on my face. So I called him, and we did meet at the park after that to talk. And we met a few times, and it was just talking, friendship. And it was nice to have somebody to talk to, but he told me about his history in the military. He also told me that he was a bodyguard for some professional boxer, and I cannot remember the name. He would travel and be his bodyguard whenever he was on tour. He told me that he was in special ops He served on the Bush administration in Washington, D.C. as security. Tons of stuff. Sniper. Told me everything.
Okay. But we saw those contradictions with his testimony, correct? Did Mr. Townsend make any representations to you that he would protect you from Michael?
Yes. From the very beginning.
Okay.
Yep. Told me if I ever needed anything that I could contact him. And he was always on top of it. If Becca and I went out dancing in the evening, he would come over. He would see me before we went out. And while we were out, he would call, and we would have to send him a picture to show him that we were there, where we were. And when I left, I would have to let him know that I was on my way home, and then also let him know that I had gotten home. He knew everything. He had everything. He kept track of me every step of the way.
Okay. Let's talk about the event that's landed you here. Shift gear over there, okay? Michael was out of the house at that time?
Yeah.
Is it my understanding he'd been living at the airport?
Yes. So the battery had happened in 2014. The state imposed an injunction. DCF was involved. Mike went through counseling, everything like that. Mike was all that I knew. And during that time period, we both dated other people. I mean, you all heard that. Once everything was up, I guess you could say, we started talking again. But DCF had been in the house, and they said that as long as he was not in the picture, everything was okay. But if he came back,
They were going to take action?
yeah. So they had offered to move me and the two kids, change our names, change our socials. But we had already moved so much. We finally were in a good school. The kids had good friends. And there was a point where Isabel had asked, you know, is this where we're going to live now? And I said, yep, we're never moving again. This is where we're staying. They went to a great school. Great friends. So when DCF came in and offered that, I'm like, nope, I'm strong now. I'm going to go to counseling. I went to Celebrate Recovery for codependency. I was going to live stream counseling. I thought I had it. So I'm like, nope, I'm going to stand my ground.
Okay.
And so I didn't leave. Dated. Obviously, those relationships sucked, failed. And I went back. I loved Michael.
Did it work out?
No. We tried. He was back in the house maybe well, in September 2014, he was back in the house 2 weeks. And then I should have learned my lesson then, but I didn't. And then in 2015, when we had gotten back together, Wilma Nichols, our neighbor, very nosy lady, Mike would go to work. We would pick him up at L.J. Yates' house, who has not testified. L.J. Yates lived on 33. He also worked at Disney. Mike would drive from Disney to his house, and we would pick him up there and bring him back to the house, and he would duck so nobody would see him. And then he would sleep there all day. He built a privacy wall on our back patio so Wilma couldn't see. And she had to put a gate so that she could just come over whenever she wanted. So we put a lock on there so she couldn't do that. And then he worked overnights. So about 7 o'clock, we would take him back to L.J. Yates' house. And then he would go from there to work. And we continued that for a long time.
Okay. So this in the house, out of the house, that continued on and off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there did come a point in time when you were later with Jeremy, correct? So that's later in time, correct, to those events?
Yeah. It was a couple months later. Like I said, school had just started. I had went to school without dropping the kids off, whatever. I had marks on my face. Jeremy noticed. He sent me a message. I started talking to him. Obviously talking to him reassuring me. He was saying all the right things. I kind of fell for it. I'm not denying that. I did. It was nice, right? Because now I'm back into
solid ground.
Yeah. And it wasn't working. And I'm like, I'm right back into it. So my birthday, Jeremy and I had talked about plans to go out shopping, going to the movies, going to Hurricanes. You know, just hanging out for the day while the kids were in school. Awesome. Mike was still in the house at that time. And I had told him that I had just wanted to go out for the day, go shopping, get my nails done, whatever. And he absolutely refused. So I threw a fit as I was walking away from him. He had given me my birthday presents. As I was walking away, he threw a...
Let's not talk about
Okay,
specific
okay.
events, okay? Let's stay on the factual area
Right.
of those events, okay? But there was an altercation arising out of that
Correct.
confrontation, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And so eventually, I take it, Michael's out of the house at a period of time, okay?
So I kicked him out, I think it was November 10th.
Okay. We heard testimony from one witness, and that you were waving a gun at Michael, threatening him. Some witness, he said he got in between you.
That was Robert Mercado.
Robert Mercado. Did that ever happen?
No, it did not.
Why was Robert Mercado at the residence?
We were all hanging out, barbecue, whatever. I honestly don't remember. We were all on the back porch. There was drinking involved. Mike became irate. I went into the bedroom. He tried coming over me at the dresser. Robert stood in between. He separated him. Mike left the property. We couldn't get a hold of him. We called 911 in fear of Michael doing something to himself. There is a 911 call for that. They did make contact with him. And that was that. But no, there was no gun involved on that evening.
Okay. The gun that's been introduced into evidence, was this gun used in the commission of this case?
No, it was not.
What happened to that gun?
I never seen it again. I don't know.
Who would have taken it?
Jeremy was the last one that had it.
So let's transgress into this event that led to these charges. Laurie, okay? You remember the event? You're in the house, correct?
I was in the house initially. Michael did not enter the house.
Okay. Was it morning, noon? Take us through it.
Morning.
Okay. And tell the jurors how this transpired.
I got up, got my coffee, and then that's when I noticed he was sitting out on the back patio. We had 2 tables. There was like one long one, and then there was a smaller round table with 2 chairs. I seen him sitting there. So I got the kids. I don't remember if it was Pop-Tarts, breakfast bars, whatever. They're Ovaltine. They always had Ovaltine. They had tables in their bedrooms. I went in and got them their clothes, gave them their breakfast, turned on the TV, and I just said, no, eat your breakfast, get ready for school, which they did. Just like every other morning, I'm going to go out and take care of the animals. We had over 400 birds. We had pigs. I rescued a horse. There was lots of animals on the property. So that was not unnormal for me to go outside while they were inside getting ready. So I went out there, but I knew he was sitting out there. I could see him through the kitchen window out in the back patio. So I went out there, and we started talking, and it escalated. And I went to walk back in because this wasn't going anywhere, and he was not leaving. And I opened the sliding glass door to go in. And when I did that, he took my phone and slammed it up against the sliding glass door. There was an imprint of my phone on that sliding glass door. He grabbed my arm, pulled me down into his lap. In the furthest chair that was, I don't have a picture in front of me, but the sliding glass door, there was like a post, and there was we had like a bistro table sitting there in front, and on this further side, I guess, in front of the sliding glass door, there was a chair. So he had pulled me down in his lap. He was holding on to me. And at that point, I was just trying to convince him, like, okay, enough. We'll work it out.
What's he saying to you during this, Laurie?
I was talking at that point. I was scared. That's why I'm saying, okay, we can work it out, because that's what I did every single time, because I was scared. And he told me not this time.
Was he upset about anything in particular that you're aware of?
Yes, he found out I had gotten pregnant.
From Jay?
Yes.
Okay. So, is he mentioning that in his discussion, or what?
Oh, yeah. I mean, not at that time. We had, it was previously before he pulled me into his lap, but I mean, he knew.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, we'll work it out, because at that point I had already had the abortion.
So, are you facing the house or facing away from the house? Tell us your direction.
I'm facing, looking out to the back pasture. I'm on the back porch, but I'm not looking into the house.
Okay. Now, he spins you around, and you're in the chair, I take it?
I'm in his lap. He's holding me there.
Okay.
And then he pushed me to the ground.
Okay. As he pushes you to the ground, does he do anything?
After he pushed me to the ground, he was kicking me in the stomach.
Okay. Presuming you were pregnant or something?
Yeah, and I had already told him I had the abortion, and I was screaming at that point.
Okay. Is he making any threats to do any harm to you, any serious bodily harm?
Yeah, I mean, he said not this time. He said I was not getting away.
Okay.
Not this time. I mean, we had been through so many events, but that's not the first time. I mean, he had pulled a gun out me at Publix in Claremont. This was not the
Okay,
first time.
let's not talk about prior events. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. So you're on the ground, and he's kicking you.
In the stomach.
Okay. Is he kicking you hard?
Yes.
Okay.
Very hard.
Is he
I was
making
curling
any?
up.
Okay. Is he making any statements of any intent to kill you or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Is he speaking in such a level that the children could hear this?
Oh yeah, we both were.
Okay.
I was screaming.
Okay. As he's doing this, and he's not relenting on it, did he have his foot anywhere?
Well, that went on for a few minutes, and then he put his face or his foot on my face,
Okay.
smashing it into the patio, porch,
Okay.
whatever you want to call it.
As he has his foot on your face, is it on the front of your face, the side of your face?
I was facing him. Now I'm curled up facing the house. And it was just like this.
Is he continue to yell?
Hmm?
Is he yelling at you?
Not at that point. Nope. No. We were sitting there, and I could not yell anymore.
We heard
He's
from.
just sitting in the chair as he's smashing my face into the porch.
What's the next thing you recall?
The next thing I see is I can't even say that I've seen her. I more or less heard it, and then I think I seen her.
When you say her, who are you referring to?
Isabel.
Isabel? What's Isabel do?
She had fired a gunshot.
Now, when Isabel fires this gunshot, do you see where it lodged into Michael or what?
I could not.
Where are you after Isabel fires the gun?
Still on the ground. And Michael.
The next thing you recall?
The next thing I recall is seeing Jeremy, and hearing the gunshot at essentially the same time.
Is there much time that goes by between Isabel shooting the gun and Jay taking over, or Jeremy?
No. It felt like forever. I remember looking at her.
Had you gotten off the ground?
No, I had not. Michael was still sitting in the chair. And
After Jay comes, you hear Jay discharge the firearm. And after Jay discharges the firearm, what do you hear next or observe next?
Well, at that point, I started crawling away, but Michael fell forward out of the chair.
Fell forward on the chair.
Out of the chair.
Okay. Was that after Jeremy shot or after Isabel shot? After Jeremy makes that shot into Michael, what happens after that?
I got up. We went into the house. We went into Isabel's room. And
Now, who has the gun at that point?
I don't recall that he had the gun. I don't know.
Okay.
He was the last one with the gun.
Okay. Did you see Isabel carrying it after that?
No. But it wasn't carried into her room where we were having a conversation.
Now, Jeremy makes that shot. You get up, you go into the house. are any statements made by Jeremy?
Yes. So he tells me to take the kids, get them out of the house, and he would take care of it. He insinuated that if we said anything, that she would be taken away, and he said that he was not going to take the blame for this.
So what did you do?
I took the kids. I left. That's what I always did. I took the kids and I left.
Where'd you take them?
I took them to school. I wanted to get back home. I did not know what was going to happen after that, but I wanted to get the kids out. And the only place I had to take them was school. It wasn't that far away.
So you take the kids to school, come back to the house. Is Michael there?
No.
Is Jay there?
No. Nope. No. And we had a conversation with Aiden. I remember that. He had obviously heard commotion. And he didn't know what happened. He didn't see it. He was in his room, which was at the further end of the house. And I had just told him, your dad's going away for a long, long time, and insinuated that he was going to jail.
Now, did you see any fresh dug holes on the property as you walked about it or moved about it beyond that point?
No.
When Jeremy said, "I'll take care of this," did you have any reason to believe that that body was on your property?
No, never. There's no way he could have. I wasn't gone that long where he could have. Finding out the dimension? No. Mm-mm. He came back. It was probably about 2 p.m.
Now, did you know whether or not his family had property elsewhere?
Yes.
Did you make any assumptions that it may have been taken
Yes.
somewhere else?
And I had questioned him about that. They had 30 acres. He said 5. He had told me 30 acres. I don't know what's true or what's not anymore. But I was told they had 30 acres. I asked him that.
After that event, what happened to your relationship with Jeremy?
It ended. I had found out. I became pregnant. We were talking about getting engaged. We went and looked at houses. And then I find out that he's now trying to work it out with his wife. And then that happened. And I was so overwhelmed at that point.
Now,
I ended it.
the relationship ends between the two of y'all. You go on with your life. At some point in time, you meet Travis.
Yes.
When did Travis come into your life?
At the end of May.
Pardon me?
He came by the house at the end of May. My sister was there. He came by. Becca, Austin were there. We had a get-together, and he was there.
Did you have any discussion with Travis and relay that, Michael was dead, or any discussion about that?
No. I never mentioned it to anybody.
There later came a point in time when this patio was built, correct? The fire pit?
Yeah.
Tell us, we've heard circumstances about that. How did that end up, and why did that end up being placed at that location?
It was a big open area in the backyard. When Jeremy and I were together, it was an idea that we would lay concrete down. He was supposed to help me with it. That's why the concrete was bought in January of 2000 and 16, I think it was. We sat down, we talked about the dimensions of it, and he was explaining to me how to calculate how much concrete you would need and whatnot. I went out and bought it. And then bought it, unloaded it into the shed. And it sat there until September, later that year.
And then you had broken up with Jeremy, correct? And then later you take up with Travis.
Correct.
Correct. And eventually this fire pit gets dug, correct? Or had been dug, prepped for a duck pond,
We
correct?
didn't dig any more.
Yeah. It had been dug out, my understanding, for a duck pond, correct?
Yeah, previously. That was even previous to Jeremy.
Yeah. And y'all abandoned that attempt or effort?
Yes.
So you move on.
Deep. I mean, it was just like, it was just an outline. We didn't even dig deep into it.
So Travis comes along, some time passes, and y'all elect to put the patio there.
Yeah, that was the original plan.
You'd broken up with Travis.
Jeremy.
Excuse me, I apologize. You'd broken up with Jeremy. Now, Wilma next door testified that they detected an odor about your property. Was there any odor floating about on your property?
No. I mean, we had rescued one pig. We got another, a wild male and female. They had babies. And Robert Seha and his wife, they had horses. They also had dogs. They were renting the back property to keep some of their horses. And they had dogs. And there was a few occasions where the dogs had come up and with the little pigs. It's not a pretty sight. So I don't know if that's what she was smelling, but, and with the birds, like I said, with 400 birds, we used to slaughter them. I used to cut the chicken meat. Like, we had ducks, guinea fowl, quail. We had tons. I had a license to sell. We sold to a restaurant in Winter Garden. There was an obvious odor. Yes.
So when y'all prep this area and you put the patio down, did you and Travis put your initials in the concrete?
We did.
Would you have done that if you knew there was a body underneath there? Would you have posted photographs on the internet or on social media
Absolutely not.
if you had knowledge that there's a body underneath
Absolutely
there?
not. If I knew, everything would have changed, everything that occurred. The only reason why we laid the patio when we did was because we were trying to have this huge birthday party for Isabel. Robert Seha and his wife, they had the horses, and we invited essentially everybody from Pine Ridge to the house. And they were going to have the horses going through the backyard, and the kids could do hand printing and stuff on them. So we did that. So we were just trying to level everything out, make it look nice, have a gathering place. That's all that it was. That's why it wasn't placed until right before her birthday in September.
Place for people to stand and sit on?
Yeah, it's just to level the ground out. I mean, it was sitting in the shed, had been sitting there since the beginning of the year. We just decided that was like the right time to do it.
You know, there's been talk about and documents introduced regarding this social media, Facebook, etc. Do you know who posted some of those images, any of those images? There's images from your account, Michael's account, other accounts. Did Jay have access to social media at your house?
Yes. Oh, a lot of people did. We lived in, everybody had access to the Wi-Fi password. It was America One. Scotty Matuccio, Jay, Frank, Wilma, everybody. You could not be at that house without being connected to Wi-Fi if you wanted to have connection to anything. We kept the password straight. It was America One. Everybody knew it. I posted those things on my Facebook. I did not post those things to Michael's Facebook.
There's time frames where the state's made issue of this account being open and that account being open. Do you have any explanation for that?
I don't. I mean, I was on Facebook every single day. My job required me to investigate people, so I was always on the internet, social media, investigating people.
We've heard testimony as well that those accounts can be accessed remotely, off-site, and contain the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
That somebody can be in the house, sharing the same router, share the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
We've seen, and the state has introduced into evidence at this stage, a tarp that was in this pit. Did y'all have ownership of a blue tarp?
Not at that point. We had a tarp when we got a pool. I know Travis bought a tarp to put under the pool.
Later when you were with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have one at the time of the demise of Michael Shaver?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have the strap wrenches that were introduced or the straps themselves on your property?
No, not to my knowledge. When I went and got the concrete and stuff, I did not do anything with strap wrenches or anything like that.
The laminate flooring that was testified to, did you have the same or similar laminate flooring on your property?
No, the flooring, the remodeling that was done before we even moved in. When we bought that house, we got it at a really good price. It wasn't in foreclosure, but the inside essentially looks like it was in foreclosure. The floors in the rooms were destroyed from previous dogs, and I'm OCD and very clean. And we hired somebody to come in and clean it, and Michael went in and changed all the flooring in that house before I would allow us to even move in and bring the kids in there, because it was disgusting.
Was Austin, was he at the house when that pit was poured, the patio?
No.
He testified he was.
He was not. He was not there. Travis and I did that ourselves. And originally, Travis thought he could just do it by himself, and then he went and rented the mixer. We didn't realize that, it was a big area. He had never done that before. I don't know. I guess he thought it was going to be easy as just mixing up some bags, but that's why he ended up going and renting the mixer.
We saw the photographs of the distance between the residence and the gravesite. Did you back at that period of time, and we see your photos, were you that physical size back in that time period?
Yes.
Did you have the physical capability even of moving that body?
160-pound man? No. When I was at the gym working out, I could probably do 30 pounds. Prior to getting a personal trainer, I was working out from home with hand weights. Did I have an endurance? Yes. I ran marathons.
Laurie, the jurors are going to ask themselves, why didn't you call the police?
Scared?
Scared of what Jay had said or Jeremy had said?
I didn't know what to do. I had just been beaten. Like everything just happened so suddenly. I didn't know what to do. That's why all I wanted to do was get the kids out and get back home. And when I came back home, he was not there. Jeremy was not there, and I could not get a hold of him. He came back that afternoon.
There was testimony Isabel gave about after you broke up with Jeremy, about him continuing to follow you.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors about those events.
There was times, I think Isabel had mentioned, I was already dating Travis. I went to go pick him up from the church, and I'm at the intersection, and Jeremy's there right beside me, yelling and screaming at me to roll down the windows, and then proceeds to follow us to real life. We used to shop at the Publix, Claremont 27, and he would just pop up and then start questioning, what are you guys doing? Where are you going? Have you said anything? Make sure you don't say anything. So then we started going to the Publix in Groveland, and all of a sudden he would start showing up there. Target, same thing. Walmart, that's where he showed me his tattoo. It was the summer of 2016, and I was with Travis. And he lifted up, we were in the cereal aisle at Walmart, and he lifted up his shirt and showed me his tattoo in front of my kids and everybody else standing in the aisle of a skull.
It was a skull?
Yes.
Did Jeremy occasionally drive by the residence?
Yes. So when we moved, got this place, and we put 6 cameras up outside our property because we noticed there was an increase in traffic, and I was really paranoid going anywhere. I look my surroundings before I get out. I was always afraid that he was following. Was picking the kids up for school before we even had moved, and he had gotten out of his truck and ran down the middle of the road straight at my truck, yelling and screaming in front of the school on multiple occasions, trying to get me to converse with him. I had agreed to meet him on a couple occasions, yes, for like 10 minutes, and we would have conversations of like, nope, haven't said anything. He wanted me to wait for him, wanted everything to settle down with his wife, and I refused. So when we moved, once the body was found, I lost my job. Travis was a youth leader at the time. He started working for a granite company. Finances had gotten really tight. We found a home that we could afford. We got the cameras, and Jeremy was caught on those cameras on a couple occasions going by. If I seen him now, I would not recognize him if he was standing in front of me.
Go back a bit. You spoke about, and you have images, clear images, as to the events that would happen on a regular basis. Let's reflect back on that, though. Were these acts events that would cause serious bodily harm to you?
Yes.
Were these events that would involve, likewise, domestic violence, shouting, and threats?
Yes, that and more.
Okay. you believe that you would be here today but for the act of Isabel?
Sorry, what?
The event where Michael was shot, Isabel acted, came to your aid. Do you believe you might not be alive but for Isabel and or Jay?
Correct. Yeah.
Laurie, have you testified from your heart the truth of these events? Have I left anything out that you feel that you need to tell the juries to clarify any issues that you've spoken of at this stage?
I mean, there's a lot I would like to get out.
Okay, direct me to the topic. I know we can't go into the detail of these events, though. Okay. Aside from that, is there anything else?
Michael had a lot of anger.
Objection, Your
No,
Honor.
please.
Sustained.
Well, we've spoken about his
Yes.
emotional attitude,
Correct.
but we can't get really
I know. I know.
the events that we've spoken.
Objection, Your Honor. This isn't a question.
All right,
No, I'm
sustained.
just correcting her so that we don't go down that path.
Yes, sir. All right. Please ask a question if you wish.
So, aside from the issues that we've spoken about, the temperament and the disposition and the atmosphere and all the matters that we've discussed, is there anything else that you feel that the jury should know?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for narrative. It's not a question.
Sustained. Please ask a specific
Okay.
question if you wish.
Is there a topic that we have not discussed?
No, nothing that I'm going to be able to talk about at this time.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, let's have a sidebar. right, State, you may proceed.
Ms. Shaver, in the beginning of your testimony, I believe you may have misspoke. Mr. Wiggs asked you when you were married to Mike Shaver, and you said May of 2016. When did you get married to Michael Shaver?
2006.
Okay. That's okay. Now, the biggest question I have for you, because you didn't mention it once in your entire story, is when did your husband get killed?
The exact date I cannot recall. It was beginning of May of 2016. It was not November.
Okay. So sometime, you don't know, but sometime in May of 2016 is when this happened. Okay. Now, your phone number prior to this homicide was 352-431-0419, correct? You don't know your phone number?
That's not my phone number now.
Okay. You don't...
I do not recall my...
Okay. But if that's the phone number that is from all those screenshots between you and Jeremy Townsend that you saw,
Yes.
would that refresh your memory that that was your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. And you, at some point, changed your number to 352-431-8444, correct?
I don't believe... I can't recall that because at some point I put my parents on my phone line.
You remember seeing the court document that was submitted into evidence where you put your address and phone number on it?
Yes.
Okay. And that 844
Okay.
number
Yeah.
was what you listed?
Yeah. I don't remember the phone numbers from back then, and since then I have also had my parents on my phone bill.
My question was whether or not that was your phone number. You agree that the 8444 number was your phone number based on that court document?
Yes.
You would have been truthful in a court document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I also, one of the statements that you made, I think you said you wouldn't recognize Jeremy?
Today, when he walked in, I would have never recognized him today. That's not what he looks like.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that he had this skull tattoo. You have a skull tattoo too, right? All right. So that doesn't really mean anything.
Well, I had mine way before.
Okay. Now, you were saying that you met Jeremy Townsend in August of 2015.
Yes, at the end of August.
And that he passed you some sort of Post-it note.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? All right. And you had talked about because you had marks on your face or something like that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, according to you, Michael Shaver had left the residence in November of 2015, correct? Your residence.
Yes.
All right.
I had kicked him out.
All right. Well, I thought that you were the type of person that would just shut down and retreat and couldn't confront anybody. That was your words, right?
No, I said that I'm not the type of person where if you come at me and say something like belittling me or anything like that, I shut down and retreat. I'm not confrontational.
All right.
And that was in the context of me and my daughter.
But you were confrontational with Mike Shaver.
Yeah, I told him to get out because he knew that if I called the cops, and he would definitely be kicked out, and he would be picked up. So yes, it was pretty much easy to get him out.
Let's try to figure out this timeline then. In September of 2014, he was arrested for a domestic incident that involved you, correct?
Correct.
And that is when he went to the airport hangar, correct? Where he started living.
Yes.
All right. Did he move back into the house after that?
Yes.
All right. When did that happen?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay.
It was.
How long had he
It
been gone?
wasn't. He had been gone over a year.
All right. So sometime in 2015.
Mm-hmm. It was, yeah, probably summer 2015.
Okay. So if the arrest was in September of 2014, approximately 6 to 8 months that he was gone?
No, it was greater than that because he had finished his probation period.
Okay. And in that incident, he also suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
Because you hit him over the head with a gun, correct?
Well, he had the gun pointed at my head, and at that point, I was done. I thought I was giving up at that point. I had nothing left in me until I seen my kids come out and start screaming. And as soon as I seen them, I took and slammed that gun into his head. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever told anyone that he was not at fault for that incident and it is actually you?
No.
No. Did you throw a vase of flowers into the sliding glass door and break that?
I did.
We're getting into specific conduct that the state is moved to exclude.
Okay. Can we approach, please?
Sidebar, please.
During that incident, did you throw a vase breaking the sliding glass door? Okay. And you also broke objects in the bathroom, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. There's pictures of the sliding glass door from that incident. You've seen those, correct?
Yes.
And other items in the house that were broken, correct?
Correct.
Along with the injuries to you and the injuries to Mr. Shaver.
The only injury that I was aware of was to his head.
Okay. And his pants were torn, correct?
He would hold my keys in his pants and would not let me leave the residence. So after I hit him in the head, pushed the gun into his head, I had to reach into his pocket and grab my truck keys so that I could evade the property with my children and get to safety.
Now, after he left in November of 2015,
Okay.
got it straight now? Okay. After he left in November of 2015, was this incident, which ultimately led to his death, the first time that he came back?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So then in August, I'm sorry, you're saying you actually started a relationship with Jeremy Towson in August of 2015?
We started talking in August, and Michael was still at the residence.
Okay. So after November of 2015, he does not come back to the house.
Correct.
So that check that was sent to him and deposited in his account, he would not have received, correct?
I don't know. He got his mail.
How did he get his mail if he wasn't at the house?
The mailbox was not at my residence. It was at the end of the road.
Okay. So after he left in November of 2015, are you saying that he would just come by every day to pick up his mail?
I don't know what he did.
Did you ever notice any mail missing?
How would I know if it was missing?
Did you ever notice any of your stuff missing?
No. Did he
Did you
have
ever
his-
notice any mail coming for Michael Shaver to that address after he left?
Yes, a few things.
What would you do with that in order to get it to him?
I would take it back to the post office and do return mail. No longer at this address.
Where was it going?
I don't know.
Where was he?
I don't know. I assumed probably back at the hangar.
If he left in November of 2015 and went to go live at the hangar, why would he quit his job at Disney?
Because there was a sexual harassment charge against him.
Okay. You heard that his supervisor came in and said there was no such thing and there's nothing in those records, correct?
Oh, I did. I heard that.
Are you saying that Disney falsified those records?
The sexual harassment complaint filed against him came directly from Michael's mouth.
Okay. And you had access to his bank accounts, correct?
Yes, he had access to mine as well.
And you withdrew money from his accounts, correct?
And deposited money, correct?
All right. In November of 2015, what deposits were you making in his account?
I have no idea. I'm not sure that I was.
Deposit that Mariner check into his account?
No, I have no idea what that is.
All right. The money from the sale of all of his property, how did you get that to him?
Well, it was not necessarily his property.
Okay,
It was
what about
on
his guns?
his guns. Okay, so after he was arrested and
My question was, how did you get the money from the sale of his guns to him if you didn't know where he was?
I did not give him the money from the sale of the guns. Those were not his guns.
Would you have any way, if you say you don't even know where he is, would you have any way of getting him any of that money?
No, I never said I gave him money.
You just said you deposited money into his account.
No, I mean, that was throughout the whole marital. I would deposit money and take out money. He worked overnights. So during the day, if he needed anything, any shopping and all of that for the well-being of the house and the kids, I would do that during the day because he was sleeping because he worked overnights.
As far as the Facebook records, all the stuff from the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, you would agree you posted, correct? All right. None of that stuff was anybody hacking you or anything like that.
Did not appear so.
All right. And you had access to Michael Shaver's Facebook, correct?
Previously,
Okay. How did you have access to his account?
Well, previously we had a joint account. After we had separated in 2014, I believe we separated emails, Facebook. Prior to that, everything was joint. After that, we went from a joint bank account to 2 bank accounts, 2 emails, 2 Facebooks. Prior to that, everything was joint because he controlled everything.
Did you have his password?
Previously, well, it was a joint password because it was a joint account.
When he had his own account, when did he start his own account?
After we had separated in 2014.
Did you have his password for that account?
Well, that was our account.
When you said he started his own account, my question is, all right, and did you ever post anything on his account?
No, I did not.
Did your daughter have his password?
I don't believe so.
Was anyone else living in your house after May of 2016 that had access to his phone or password for Facebook?
I don't know about the password, but there was 2 tablets. There was a laptop and a desktop.
Did they have his Facebook profile in it?
Well, everything was automatic. Everything was already logged in, so all you had to do was just to log it, like open it up, and you were automatically logged in.
Was your daughter posting on his Facebook?
No.
Was your son posting on his Facebook? Oh. Now, did you ever tell anyone that after he left in November of 2015 that he was in jail for failing to pay child support?
I did.
That wasn't true, correct?
No, it was not. That was an old manager that I had a relationship with way back when, and he had moved back from Connecticut to Florida and was reaching out to me, and he was curious. I was
that's Ramin, correct?
Correct.
And when you say relationship, that's another affair, correct?
Correct.
But you told him that Mike was in jail for failing to pay child support and his license was suspended, correct?
I gave him my personal information, and he was asking about that because...
Okay, wait, hold on one second. How is Mike being in jail your personal information?
Accurate personal information, because he was questioning. Because prior to that, there was conversations where Michael had threatened once again, after finding out, to kill me.
All right. So when you told your manager that you had a prior affair with that Mike was in jail, that was a lie. Did you tell your sister that you guys had been working out a separation agreement?
Yes. Well, we actually did work out a separation agreement, and it was filed with court.
In order to do that, you have to get was that here in Lake County?
It was.
Okay, so there is some sort of divorce proceeding with your name on it and Michael Shaver's because you just said you filed something in court, correct?
I did not say divorce. You said separation. So after 2014, after that incident, we both had attorney representation, and Michael and I came up with an agreement, handwritten. We both signed it. That was filed.
Where?
Here.
Where?
At this courthouse.
What case is that in?
Whatever the prior DCF is, and I had won that case with no adjudication. I don't know where that record is, but it was filed. And in that agreement, he agreed to pay X amount of money. I would keep the kids. He could not take the kids. He would see them every other weekend, whatever. We had that separation. I made more money than he did. I covered the health insurance. I covered the kids. I kept the house. He was moving out of the house, and he was going to pay X, Y, Z. That was a handwritten document that both of us signed in front of the mediator at this DCF agreement that I won with no adjudication.
Was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No, there was not. Not in the state of Florida.
After 2015, was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No.
When law enforcement came and asked you about the whereabouts of your husband, you were not truthful with them, correct?
I didn't know where he went.
You know what happened to him, correct? All right, you didn't tell him that, correct? The Walmart purchase that was on your husband's bank account. You did that, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
That was sent to your house with your name on it, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't recall, like, the exact parameters around it or what I bought or anything like that.
So this event happens in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
Your relationship with Jeremy Townsend ends very tumultuously in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
And your relationship with Travis Filmer then begins in May of 2016, correct?
He came over at the end of May. Yes.
And you were actually engaged to him in July of 2016, correct?
Yes.
In April of 2016, Rebecca Urbanowski was living with you, correct?
Right.
And the fire pit itself was built in March of 2016?
I guess so. I don't
That's when you posted it, right? Yeah. And then how big was your property?
5 acres.
And out of all of that land, you just happened to choose the area where your dead husband's body was found to put that cement slab. That's basically what you're saying here, correct?
No, because I did not know his body was there. It went there because that area was already dug out.
Quite a coincidence, you'd agree, correct?
No, not necessarily. Not if you realize the whole parameters of what came first and how that all transpired. Like I said, that was something that Jeremy and I had originally talked about doing because I'd gotten rid of the animals and we had the fire pit and we were talking about wanting to, I mean, it was his suggestion to put in concrete.
So the March 2016 is when you put that fire pit in, and 2 months later is when your husband is killed on your property, correct?
Yes. But the concrete was not poured until September.
Correct, by you and your now husband.
But I had no knowledge that he was under there. If I was trying to cover him up, why would I do that so many months later? And only...
I haven't asked you a question, ma'am. So, the incident that led to your husband's death, your husband had not been around for months, correct?
Correct.
And he just happens to show up sometime in May of 2016, correct?
Not just happened. That was pretty typical of him being gone for months and then showing up and us getting back together.
Okay.
That was...
And then during that time frame, this was sometime before you were going to take your kids to school, correct?
Yes, he was out on the porch when I went.
How was he dressed?
Coffee. Shorts, t-shirt,
Okay.
sneakers.
And an argument between the two of you starts.
Yes, I went outside. I got the kids settled and I went outside to talk to him.
How old was your daughter at this point?
7.
And is there a reason why you never taught your daughter how to dial 911?
I mean, we just had cell phones. We didn't have a landline. She knew how to dial 911, but like I said, I had my cell phone on me. The security system that we had, she would have not have been able to reach. It was above the keys where the door was.
Well, when she said, I didn't know how to call 911, I'm asking why you wouldn't have taught her.
I did teach her how to call 911, but she didn't have a phone.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that she shot him, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, that you were able to get out from underneath Mr. Shaver, correct?
I did not crawl away until he was falling to the ground. After she shot him, I was still looking at her, like, still comprehending everything that was happening. I wasn't 2 yet because he had his foot on my face, smushing it into the ground. It took me, I mean, it wasn't that long, but it took me a little bit to kind of comprehend what was occurring. And
certainly didn't get up after being shot, correct?
Hmm?
He certainly didn't get up out of the chair after being shot, correct?
No, not until, no. After the second shot, he fell forward. The first shot, he sat in the chair.
At the time of his death, Mike Shaver was about 5'3".
5'3"?
Mm-hmm.
5'8", 5'10".
Now,
I'm 5'2".
the probable cause affidavit around the time of his arrest listed him at 5'3" and 130 pounds. You're saying that's inaccurate?
That was probably me.
Okay, you weren't arrested, right?
His probable cause from 2014?
Yes. You're saying that 5'3" and 130 pounds is inaccurate, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
definitely probably not what's on his driver's license. He was not 5'3". He was like 5'8" and 150, 160 pounds. I was 5'2" and 115, 20.
When Mike left, he left his vehicle, correct?
You're talking about the black car.
No, I'm talking about he had a vehicle and he left it behind, correct?
His black car had been sitting there for a while. He had a bent rim and the air in the tire could not stay inflated. So he was driving my truck back and forth to work.
Right. My question was, when he left and moved out, he left his car, correct? And he left everything that he had that had any sort of value that could be sold, correct? His guns,
He took
his
stuff,
tools,
yes.
his ATV, left all that behind.
All the tools that were in the shed were of no use to him. They were like old tools and stuff like that, and it wasn't an ATV.
My question was, he left the stuff behind, stuff that he could have sold, correct?
Correct.
He stopped going to work and lost his job because of it, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
So he lost his ability to make any money, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
Prior to November of 2015, he would call you using the phone frequently, correct?
Yes, because he was back in the house and we were trying to work things out.
After November of 2015, there is absolutely no calls to you after that November 7th, 2015, correct?
I don't recall.
There's not a single call to you, to the children, anything, correct?
I don't recall.
There's no activity on his bank other than withdrawals from the ATM in Claremont where you lived, correct?
I wouldn't know that.
November 2015, he just vanishes off the face of the earth. No one can account for him, correct?
I don't believe that's true.
But you've definitely not had any contact with him in any way until he shows up someday, which you do not know, in May of 2016 when this incident occurs, correct?
No, he showed up prior to May.
At
my property, but he was already causing trouble prior to that, which fits within his history of doing this.
My question to you previously was, after you kicked him out in November of 2015, and prior to him coming up the day that he was killed, I asked you, did he ever come, have any contact with you? You said no, correct?
Not physically, correct. But calls and stuff like that, yes.
Calls?
Texts, his threats, stuff like that.
You saw the phone records, which show
Right.
absolutely no
Text,
calls from
Facebook
him
messages,
after November
there
7th,
was-
correct?
Let her answer the question, please.
All right,
He
please
was-
allow the witness to finish. Thank you.
He was communicating with Jeremy. I believe he had sent me text. He had sent me a nasty text prior to that, telling me I was just like my mom, something to that effect. He was communicating.
From your IP address.
I don't know that that's my IP address. How can you verify that?
Because it's the same IP address that your account that you says you used posted on as well.
Okay, how do we know that he didn't post on my log into my Facebook?
So what vehicle, the day that he showed up in May of 2016, what vehicle did you use to get to your house that day? What vehicle was in your yard that you didn't recognize that day?
In May?
Yes. So he gets walked? He just showed up without a vehicle in your house on the back porch.
I was not paying attention to that.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you. You may step down from the witness stand. Any other witnesses, Mr. Wiggs?
No, at this, excuse me, at this time, the defense would rest, Judge.
All right, the defense has rested. And at this time, thank you for your time and attention today. Members of the jury, I will excuse you at this point. I'll ask you to return tomorrow to the jury assembly room at 8 a.m. Again, please do not do any research regarding the case. Please do not view or read any media concerning the case. And do not speak to each other or anyone else about the case. Should you see the attorneys out and about, they have been instructed to ignore you, so please do not hold that against them. Well, thank you again for your time today, and have a nice night. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Please take the jurors out. Thank you. Are there any motions at this time?
Judge, yes, we renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same grounds, there's no causation, proof of homicide to be, that the state could establish, that's attributable to Laurie Shaver. There's no tangible documents, the IP data and the digital documents are unreliable, not authorized. Of course, there's prejudicial mistake, or not mistakes, but evidence that the state has introduced in the form of introduction of other guns, banking records, nothing to tie Laurie Shaver to this homicide. There's digital data, there's improper stacking, and I know that stacking's proper, but the state didn't follow the proper procedures to do so, and the state has failed to lay the proper predicate for the digital data and reliability therein.
All right, state's response.
We'll rest on our prior arguments.
All right, the motion is respectfully denied. Thank you. Is there anything else before we conclude? We're going to meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the charge conference. Is there anything further?
No, sir.
All right, then we're adjourned for the day. Thank you. Have a nice night.